I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 14th, 2026, and we got an exciting day ahead. There's a couple of people expecting a decision from the Supreme Court, but remember, it is not guaranteed, so that could play out a couple of different ways, but at the very least, we are still getting the start of earnings, and now we got a pretty big theme coming up. I know, compared to last January, first couple weeks in, this one's been calm, but in the next couple of weeks, everything, even starting this week, the ball gets rolling. So you actually don't have much here on a Wednesday. You got the JP Morgan Health Conference, a couple of other things. You actually just got some data here with PPI and retail sales, and that didn't really move much, but that is going to tie into one of the major themes. So we got a lot to go over here in the morning. I hope you are feeling blessed with all of it, my friends, because yeah, we got some good stuff. I'm going to be talking about a little bit what we talked about last night, baby. Run it hot. Oh, I hope you run it hot, brother. So I hope it's cold outside, though, Chad. I don't know. But then again, we don't have snow here, man. So I don't even know if I could even say anything. But what up, baby? Good morning. How you doing, Battleborn? Eat and Run, Farmer Jim, Dirty Bird, Mr. Edwards, Bruno, Farmer Jim, Cowboy Caliente. What up, baby? Oh, good morning. Decision from the Supreme Court, hello, but that's remember, me. That's me. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Caballero. You look familiar. Chad Cleveland. Wow, nice to meet you. Blessings, top of the morning. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Good morning, IPAC, Snail Blazer, Gus Gonzo, CM, The Strong Term, Rick Opinion, Arias. How you doing, baby? Good morning, Chad. What up, El Trapato? What up, Jamzo? What up, JG? What up, Kurt McGirt? Dos Nacho, always and forever. Tamara, good morning. Oh, Tim Whitman, are you ready? May I meet you? Oh, my gosh. May I meet you? Please cut interest rates. No, and then add prepayment penalties. What the is that guy? Oh my goodness. What up, Michael? Gunner, hustling ain't easy. Greg Ale, baby. Good morning. So, Chad, if I missed you, I still love you, man. And let's have a good day. And I hope you get a long term. We might need to talk about some long-term rules, bro. And you got opportunity. Again, a little bit of the Staples and Mag 7 back and forth. That is some of the theme here. So we'll go over all of that. I hope you are blessed. And now, here is Podcast Josh in the morning. I don't know. He's a weird guy, man. I still hate it. You know that? Anyway, don't get me started. Good morning. Here's the news.
Trump urges Iranians to keep protesting, reiterates U.S. will take strong action if regime kills demonstrators, Reuters, FT. Iran warns it may strike U.S. bases on allies' soil if Washington attacks, Reuters on Bloomberg. U.S. officials concerned about Iranian retaliation if Trump orders military strikes, Washington Post. Gulf states trying to persuade U.S. not to strike Iran. Link. Elon Musk offering free Starlink service in Iran with country experiencing internet blackout. Bloomberg. Witkoff and Kushner plan Moscow trip to meet Putin seeking Ukraine peace deal. Bloomberg. Lawmakers introduce bipartisan legislation to prevent U.S. military from occupying or annexing NATO territories like Greenland. FT. Venezuela's acting president will send an envoy to Washington to meet senior U.S. officials. Bloomberg. Japan, PM Takaichi to signal snap election, likely scheduled for February, Nikkei. U.S. to appoint Palestinian committee to govern Gaza post-war and next phase of plan, NY Times. U.S. files for court warrants to seize dozens more tankers linked to Venezuelan oil trade, Nikkei. Trade/tariffs, Beijing orders Chinese firms to cease using cybersecurity software from U.S. and Israeli vendors, Reuters. U.S. formally greenlights NVIDIA H200 chip exports to China with new set of conditions, Link A, Reuters, Bloomberg. China to allow some tech firms to buy NVIDIA H200 chips only under special circumstances, report says, the information Reuters. Sources say Chinese customs reportedly barred NVIDIA H200 chips from entering China, Reuters. Trump optimistic China will open markets to U.S. goods, citing good relationship with Xi, Reuters. Amazon seeking discounts of as much as 30% from suppliers after Trump's tariffs proved less onerous than feared, FT. Trump describes USMCA as irrelevant, doesn't see advantage to U.S. as trade pact faces mandatory review this year, Bloomberg. Corporate shortage of high-end glass cloth fiber causing worries for Apple, Qualcomm, Nike. Netflix considering amending Warner Brothers' bid to all-cash offer in bid to speed up potential transaction. Bloomberg, FT. Trump targeting credit card swipe fees, now following criticism of credit card interest rate levels. Bloomberg. Analysts warn Trump's proposed credit card rate cap could severely hit $70 billion securitization market. Bloomberg. Elon Musk says Tesla to shift full self-driving from one-time purchase to monthly subscription. Reuters. Microsoft unveils initiative to curb water usage at its U.S. data centers. Yahoo Finance. Big tech firms ramp energy hiring to solve AI scaling power bottlenecks. CNBC. Cerebra's in talks to raise roughly $1 billion in new funding round, valuing company at $22 billion. Bloomberg. AI chip startup Etched raises about $500 million in new funding round, valuing company at $5 billion. Bloomberg. BP expects $4 to $5 billion in Q4 impairments, mainly in low-carbon units, as focus shifts back to oil and gas. FT. Apollo planning to open trading for private debt backing Elon Musk's XAI. Bloomberg. Sachs Global files for bankruptcy protection. CNBC. Bloomberg. NY Times. Novo Nordisk says it's open to major deals to bolster obesity portfolio. Bloomberg. AstraZeneca acquires AI drug discovery firm Modella to advance oncology pipeline. Reuters. Pentagon to invest $1 billion in L3 Harris's rocket motor business. Reuters. China investigates Trip.com for alleged antitrust and monopolistic practices. Link. Washington. Trump's affordability push targets finance, turning Wall Street favorites into political punching bags. Link. Trump increasingly using state power to directly influence prices, markets, rates, and corporate behavior. Axios. FHFA Director Polte signals homebuilder buybacks may be targeted as administration pushes to lower housing costs. Link. Trump criticizes federal prosecutors as weak at White House event ahead of subpoenas. Link. Senate GOP considers procedural move on Venezuela war powers resolution to avoid Trump defeat. Axios. Trump nominates WeatherTech CEO David McNeil as federal trade commissioner. Reuters. About 1.4 million fewer Obamacare signups year to date due to expiring tax credits, higher premiums. Bloomberg. Central bank / Powell investigation, and Powell provided senators with details about Fed's renovation costs last July, 2 weeks after testimony that formed basis of DOJ probe. FT. Janine Pirro defends Fed subpoena, says probe upholds law, not an attack on independence. Bloomberg. Fed chair race becomes proxy for central bank independence amid Powell investigation and political pressure. Politico. JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon warns Trump's attacks on Fed risk higher inflation. Trump calls Dimon wrong. FT. Bloomberg. BOJ Governor Ueda signals intention to raise rates when conditions permit amid recovery. Bloomberg. BOE's Taylor flags lower rates ahead, says substantial trade divergence due to Trump policies lowering UK inflation. Reuters. Markets and investors brace for heightened geopolitical risk as Trump's Don Roe doctrine projects dominance. Bloomberg. Reuters. Hedge funds retained crowded long positions in big tech, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, while shorting IBM. Reuters. Basis trade swells to approximately $1.5 trillion, prompting fears of a 2020-style market shock, Morgan Stanley says. Bloomberg. Chinese stocks fall after authorities tighten margin financing rules, signaling concern over rally's pace. Bloomberg. Last year's twin rally in Chinese stocks and yuan expected to continue this year. Bloomberg. Japan 5-year bond auction sees weaker demand as bonds extend sell-off amid election speculation. Bloomberg. Yen's descent 18-month low against dollar risks sharp correction as currency nears potential intervention trigger. Bloomberg. Economy. China export growth resilient as shipments to non-U.S. markets rise amid tariff tensions. Reuters. Bloomberg. Japan manufacturer sentiment falls to lowest in 6 months. Materials producers cite weak external demand. Reuters. UK business confidence falls to lowest level in 3 years, according to survey. Reuters. UK economy shows post-autumn budget weakness in spending and jobs. Bloomberg.
I heard Modella too, man. I did. I didn't know Modella made pharmaceuticals. It's Modella, not Modello. And then the Don Rowe Doctrine. But there's more, baby. S&P futures, they're down by 0.4 Wednesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished lower on Tuesday. Financials, payments, the big underperformers, along with software, while energy, consumer staples, and real estate outperform. Treasuries firmer across the curve with yields down 1 to 2 basis points. Dollars down by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.9. Silver is up by 5.9. Bitcoin is up by 0.8. And WTI is up by 1.2. Nothing specific behind the somewhat more defensive tone. Some recent scrutiny surrounding big cyclical rally in earnings, high bar, Mag 7 underperformance, stretch sentiment, and select positioning indicators, CTAs, volatility pickup, White House Main Street over Wall Street focus in affordability, and elevated geopolitical tensions, particularly in Iran. Focus this morning has been on uneventful data, largely in line PPI, firmer retail sales, waiting game for potential IEEPA tariffs, lackluster reaction to bank earnings, pushback against possible Iran strike, housing finance chief Pulte comments on potential restrictions for home builders and buybacks of financing, China crackdown on U.S.-Israel software, continue rip higher in precious metals, continuing rally in Japan on snap election expectations, November retail sales up by 0.6 month over month on the headline, ahead of the 0.4 consensus and up by 3.3 year over year, better than October's downwardly revised 0.1 decline, retail sales control group up by 0.4 versus September's 0.5, and that was revised down to 0.6, November PPI up by 0.2 month over month in line with consensus, September revised down to 0.1 from 0.3, and core PPI flat. In terms of Fed speak, Kashkari told New York Times he does not see any impetus to cut in January, economy showing resilience. Moran, Bostic, and Williams all scheduled to speak, and Kashkari again. SCOTUS could issue a ruling on IEEPA tariffs this morning. Initial claims in January, Philly Fed and Empire Manufacturing out on Thursday, and then Barr, Barkin, and Schmidt on the calendar tomorrow, along with some more real estate data. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citi all weaker following Q4 results. Home builders on the defensives after financing chief Pulte said not doing enough to lower housing costs. Cybersecurity names Palo Alto, FT&T, Checkpoint, and Cyber lower after Reuters reports Chinese authorities told domestic firms to stop using security software from companies based in U.S. and Israel. Reuters said Chinese customs authorities told them not to allow NVIDIA H200 chips to enter the country, while government warned tech firms only to buy them if completely necessary. Apple and Qualcomm reportedly increasingly worried about shortage of high-end glass cloth fiber. Tesla CEO Musk said it will shift to a monthly subscription model for FSD. Coca-Cola reportedly abandoning sale of Costa Coffee. T-Com under investigation by Chinese regulators over allegations of monopolistic behavior, and BP warned of a 4 to 5 billion Q4 write-down. Wow, Habibi. Wow, this guy. And do you guys get the buyback thing? That's something we've been talking about pretty much every day when it comes to new builds. I was telling you, you could get a really low interest rate. And again, it does kind of tilt the balance towards new homes, which are more expensive. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't think they were going to change that. Oh, I got an idea. Remind me of my idea, too. Once we're done with this. I got an idea regarding secured credit cards. But we got some pre-market movers. Infi is up by 2.7 off of earnings. CNH 2.3 Goldman upgrade. BMNR is up by 2.2 preliminary Q1 results. HII 2.2 awarded position on MDA Shield IDIQ contract. NTR is up by 2.2 Morgan Stanley upgrade. Flex up 1.9 Raymond James upgrade. Honeywell up 1.9 Quantinium unit has filed for IPO. Okta 1.8 Stevens upgrade. FN 1.7 Barclays upgrade. Netflix up 1.5. Follow through on report that the company is weighing making a all-cash offer. Citi up by 0.3 off earnings. TGTX up 10. Preliminary Q4 full year results, 26 guidelines and milestones. CLSK up 5, acquires land in Texas for data center project. AD&T is up by 3.5, UBS upgrade. SCNX is up by 22, insurance of patent of Zinnopi. Beam is up by 19, Q4 revenue guide. GSIT up 8.1, government-funded Gemini 2 proof of concept. NEOV is up by 4.2, launches battery manufacturing platform. Gold and silver stocks trading higher, trading lower. TCOM down 15, China reportedly probing company for alleged antitrust violations. Rivian down 3.2 off UBS downgrade. FTNT down 2.9 on China telling companies to stop using U.S.-Israeli cybersecurity. DHI is down by 2. Pulte comments on home builders. Wells Fargo down 1.9 off earnings. Is that it? Where did it go? There it is. Palo Alto's down on the same reason. KKR down 1.5. TD Cohen downgrade. Bank of America down 1 off of earnings. GCoast down 12. Preliminary Q4 revenue. Initial 26 guide. PSO down 5.6. Q4 sales update. RDW down 2.1. Holder Arrow Equity discloses sale of 5.1 million shares. BCTX down 54. 5 million share offering. PSTV down 37. Upside offering of 39.5 million units. AIRG down 19. Offering. HNRG down 10 off an offering as well. Charadonia. How much time we got? Oh, we got good time. Perfect time. Perfect. Is it they're going to do the Intel rumor? Well, remember, Intel has earnings right around the corner, too. So I'm sure we're going to talk about that today. There's a lot of earnings right around the corner. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Where is my document? So this is what we need to talk about. Please do not forget this. I think this is the most important thing right now, especially as everybody is kind of waiting for what's going on. Oh, yeah, and then Synopsys and GFS. Well, those options. But run it hot theme. So think about it, man. Nothing has happened this year so far. If this was last year, every damn day, even from November till now, you were getting crazy stuff. You were getting all these policy updates. Everybody was getting excited. The market was running a lot. I mean, this year, it's really just been some of the major themes. Nothing has changed. And if you're even wondering whether it's the IEEPA tariffs, whether it's CPI, the market's not really reacting things, and we're kind of doing this weird melt up. It is because the idea is run it hot. There's, again, even Donald Trump said that he plans to run it hot as well. And this is what everybody's kind of jumping to, where they're like, well, even if anything happens, it is in the administration's goal to try to get the economy up. Unemployment low, rates low, and they want things to be booming. So this is what's getting people moving until we start to get data or, again, events, whether it's the beginning of the year, middle of the year. This has kind of been the broader theme pushing things up. So we'll see if anything changes in the meantime, but if everything turns into a non-event, I would be reverting back to this theme if you want to understand why the market is doing what it is doing. So that's the first part. Number two, if we get a tariff ruling, I would expect a small reaction. Again, even if it is a gigantic reaction and they deny the tariffs and then the market starts moving, then you should be ready here to adjust very, very quickly. But for the most part, most people are expecting opposition to the tariffs, and then they're also expecting a lot of new noise and a lot of new moves afterwards. That's why, even though there has been challenges to the IEEPA tariff ruling, and people are expecting that, that's why if it comes out today, remember, that is still the thing. It's not scheduled. They don't have to put a schedule on it. This is just the next potential opportunity for the Supreme Court to respond, but you may very well, just like last time, end up getting nothing. So we'll see where that all leads, and then finally, the more Chinese NVIDIA restrictions. Again, we saw how that played out yesterday, a little bit intraday, but also BABA. They're doing like a Q&A AI event. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about that one, but watch out for that. And then CLSK, just because of IREN, these Bitcoin companies turned data center electricity companies. That's a little factor we've talked about. They bought like 480 acres in Texas or something. So people got hyped on that. We'll see how that plays. And then the final part, healthcare. I mean, again, Global Foundries, Synopsys, they're getting into a definitive agreement to buy, not the whole company, but part of it. We've seen a little bit of M&A every now and then a lot of rumors on biotech, and pretty much people are expecting that the JP Morgan Health Conference, they're thinking that it is going to end with a buyout of some sort. So they were hinting at it. People were saying that related to GLP-1s and all of that. So we'll see. I don't have the schedule up here today. Just because, again, it has been, you're going through 30, 40 names, and you're getting a couple, because what's ended up happening at this JP Morgan conference is a lot of them are just pre-announcing. So they'll have events, but then the thing that's moving the stock is before their event, literally in the morning here, they're all coming out with full year guides, and that's pretty much driving it. But if anything on the biotech land starts to move, we could double check and make sure we are good from there. So other than that, Chatadonia. Oh, yeah, you want to hear my idea? Would you like to hear my idea? I have a secured credit card idea. And then I do have a couple of plays. We could go over those after the pledge. Not anything too crazy. All right, are you ready? Because what did they say? They said the secured credit is the one worried about... they're the ones that are worried about the cutting of the interest. What if Scott Bessent in the Treasury What if they made their own secured credit card? Do you guys know how secured credit cards work? It's so people could start and build their credit. You give the credit card company $200, they'll give you a $200 credit card limit, and then you pay interest. What if the government made a secured credit card? Am I turning into a socialist? I don't know, but either way, I was thinking about that when I was like, man, why are they even tripping on it then? At this point, how about Scott Bassett makes you a secured credit card? You give the Treasury $200. They'll give you credit to build your credit, $200, and then you pay the damn rate on the bond. And then that way, fucking Scott Bassett uses your money to buy the bonds. I mean, yeah, it does sound a bit Soviet. I agree. That's why I said I think I might be turning into a socialist. But then at the same time, if they're like, oh no, how will we survive with 10% interest and you give us your whole credit card limit? We must cut all credit in capital. But I don't know. I'm sure if they made Trump accounts, maybe they should make Trump credit. And then that way people could build their credit without getting reamed off interest. You know, I don't know. This is the name of the game this year. Every single crazy idea you could think of with affordability is in play. So again, that's why even then I'm surprised the home builders even got something today. We've been talking about the home builder and the buy downs for a long time. I did not think that was gonna happen. So, ta-da! It's the Trump credit, best interest rates. I'll give you the best rates. The best. Come on. And then Besant buys the bonds. It works, win-win. Lower everything. Wow. I know. And then, so either way, I am a socialist. Awesome. So on that note, please purchase a membership for everybody else who doesn't have one now. Yeah, what now, motherfucker? Welcome. You want socialism? Don't get me. I'll get you socialism in the morning, motherfucker. You know that? I understand the system very well. Whoa, Chattadonia. All right, man. So let's get it popping, though. Let's get it pop. No, we need, where is the love? Where is the love? So Chattadonia. God bless America. You know, I'm actually very glad we don't live in a socialist country. And I'm glad every day, man, that we have an opportunity to go after a lot of things. You get to chase a dollar. You get to chase a career. You could chase your dreams. You could be whatever you want to be, even if you want to be dumb. Isn't that exciting? That's called freedom, my friend. That is called freedom, my friend. And that's why every day before we do our thing, man, I want to pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, man, for real. Thank you for everything you have given. Thank you for your sacrifice, especially if y'all did it honorably. And I really do hope that you use all these long-term lessons, everything we're talking about, the information. If anybody could do it and use the discipline and all of it, man, that, my friend, would be you. And I think you actually guys got a little bit of an advantage there. So I would love to see you use it. And that way, you know, these words aren't just words. And I really do hope that you can see how grateful we are for all of it, man. But at the very least, thank every single one of you, even your families. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chattadonia. Good morning. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia. It's Wednesday? Oh, my goodness. Wednesday's middle of January already? Oh, my. Oh, I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me, dog. Whew. Oh, man. Dude, I might sneeze again, you guys. I woke up sneezing. Is that Intel? Is that real? Oh, man. Bless you. Bless you, Intel. That's what the sneeze. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, we got 4 minutes. We got a little bit of time. I'm going to be watching a couple of names. Netflix, Adabe, CPER, CLSK, and then Honeywell. And I thought I had one more on there, but it's not too crazy. We're just going to wait. We got a couple events. You're going to hear from JD Vance within 30 minutes after the bell. And then you're going to be potentially starting the clock within a couple of minutes on whether or not you are going to be hearing from the IEEPA tariffs. And then we'll see if we get anything from China and all that. Metals are still going crazy. And then we'll see if we find any M&A activity out of the JP Morgan Health Conference. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then, yeah, you got 4 minutes. Your day will begin. Ain't that something? Okay. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's going to be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods, what's the matter, thought you knew about the laws, Father, why do they complain about your laws, ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone, soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes, getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. Phone was lost, only needed 99. Father, forgive them, they don't know the things they done. Did not depart because we learned it when we young. You could chase it, but I hope you know it runs. Alpha, Omega, start to finish, how it's done. You're not like them, not dumb, that's that. Future is yours, don't fade, that's that. Throw it away, that's yours, that's that.
Build brick by brick each hit.
That's that. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait, be great, that's that. No way. I hope you woke up, man. What's the plan? You know that? I hope you woke up. I wasn't even that awake to begin, and now I'm awake. It's game time. I balled out yesterday. I told him, bro, I still can't shake it, bro. I guarded. I don't know if it was me, but I didn't smell bad yesterday. But, like, dude, it was sadly, like, it was probably one of my first thoughts in the morning. I had to guard some old dude yesterday. He wasn't, like, old, but, like, he smelled like diapers. And I don't know if that was my sign to buy Kimberly-Clark or not. Somebody said that he was wearing the Kimberly-Clarks, you know. And then I didn't even notice the Caitlin Clark connection. But yeah, bro, so either way, I was a little bit, I think I got hungover from that. But, oh, man, a little bit of head bobbing, a little bit of news, and we're ready to go, baby. I just run through a brick wall, man. It's crazy what the mind can do. And, dude, I don't know what's going on with Intel. I mean, again, the Global Foundry stuff, and they have earnings. I mean, keep that in mind. I mean, the one big catalyst, I would say, out of Intel is if they actually give you an update on how they're going to recognize the $10 billion. Because remember, I was saying this like 6 months ago. You know, after all those government actions, all the NVIDIA money they raised, you name it, they were saying they don't know how to show that on their balance sheet. So if the SEC gives them approval, they're going to be able to throw that on there, and it's going to fuck up all those numbers and make it look really good. But other than that, I mean, somebody this morning said Apple rumor, but I did not see that yet. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that one's been going around for a while. And I think JP Morgan might have given him an upgrade. No, that was KeyBank John Vin upgraded shares to overweight from sector weight with a $60 price target. Round 1. Fight. That was actually the upgrade from yesterday. So yeah, I don't know. People are just getting hyped up. So let's begin. S&P is down by 0.4. I mean, last time you were down by 0.4, 0.5, that was, what's it called? That was the day of the tariff drama on Monday. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, did I send those out yet or no? That's that. Built brick by brick. Each hit, that's that. Yeah, you have a lot of different headlines here. So let's show me what you're working with. Safe it fast. I'm sorry. The long term is the place to be. Bow, bow. Why are they jacking this price up, Habibi? Fucking scammers, dude. All right. I'm going with pre-earnings place. Only one for now. Because we already have a lot of another one. Dude, silver is insane. It went really crazy in China. And last night in China, they had a lot going on there. And then I think it was tin. I think tin, literally, no, because I'm not even messing with you. Tin, I think had a limit up in China at one point yesterday. It was up about 8%. But again, SPY is starting pretty weak. Bonds are good. I would say that's the only good thing out of all of this. And remember, Bank of America, Citi, Wells Fargo, you're getting those post earnings as well. And then where's the other one? Honeywell. Honeywell, they're doing the Quantinium. Are you guys familiar with Quantinium? I think some of you guys know what it is. I should make a crypto token. I already have it made. It's called Socialist Coin. It's the follow-up to E. coli token. But if you want, I don't know if you want to be participate or not, though. The way we designed it is for socialism. So, do you know how that works, sir? But yeah, we'll see. Otherwise, get a long-term, save 10%, and you will be good to go, my friends. ADM? Food plays, I don't know if we're going to do the whole staple dance again. So again, staples did start off pretty good. Even yesterday, actually, staples are really good. So SPY's down by 0.5%. And then you have staples going straight up here, 0.8. Habibi. Oh, damn, they already jacked those up? I think they did. Alright, Intel again. I don't know, man. Silver, I can't believe it. I wanted the squeeze. We kept calling it the squeeze. And then, yeah, I just sold out one day before it all. I got a lot of it, but my goodness. I still want to wait on the other one. And then again, I see a lot of people talking about copper now, but I don't know if you guys noticed how slow copper moves, relatively speaking. It's heavier. Anyways. Nah. Baba's up too. Again, nobody's really talked too much about that as well. They have that event. And then Wells Fargo, BlackRock dips by 1%, and then Spotify, they cut the price target. Apple's even going up too. So weird. What's dragging down the SPY right now? And then even Meta is coming up. Meta's still in the red there. Oh, and then we have Microsoft at the White House today. So you're going to get that. We'll see if there's any surprises on that front. So we'll see. Yeah, Spotify just got a price target cut, but they are moving up. And then again, staples are the real winner here. I don't know. The bank earnings from yesterday, all the bank earnings are kind of in the same spot. I don't know if this is going to update yet. Yeah, you got to give it like 30 minutes. Palantir. Oh, that was the other one. CLSK. Again, they were up 12% too. So we've seen that a lot this week as well. There's been a couple of names pre-market, they will be up 12, 15%, and then within 2 minutes of the open, they're dropping 10%, and then they kind of really don't do much. But yeah, CLSK just reminded me of Iron. I think both of those are the Bitcoin names that started to shift. Yeah, silver is very nuts, and again, it's not it has to do with the run it hot theme. That's what we were saying here in the morning. Again, I mean, people were just asking me yesterday. They were like, I do not understand why the market looks like this, why the market's doing this. And quite simply, I think it's all because of everyone's ignoring the micro stuff. They're ignoring what's here, and then they're looking ahead for the next thing. And it's just this idea of midterms. Go look at commodities, the affordability push, the drama with the Fed, the focus on unemployment. It is all this run it hot theme. Even then, go look at Japan. Go look at a lot of things around the world. Go look at very low oil. These all speak to that. So that's why today is kind of fascinating, because we're going to see some of the affordability stuff, and then you're going to watch your boy, excuse me, the IEEPA tariffs. And depending on how that plays out, like if that, I don't think it's going to move things, but I kind of want it to, because I want to put this to the test. Because if you get the rejection of the tariffs and then the market doesn't do anything, that will very much prove all of this. Oh shit, tap at 50, Habibi. And then watch Baidu. Again, Baidu taking a launch up there. Again, there's kind of an inverse correlation. You know, bad China NVIDIA news has been benefiting Baidu. And then Baba is just doing its own thing. Like I'm telling you, it was like last night, this morning. I don't know if it's still going on. I think it was last night. But you might get more updates. But it's the Baba Qin. They had their little event there. They said it's now the time for AI to take over operations or something like that. It sounded very honorable. Fed Goolsby, central bank independence key to low prices. Yeah, all right, Mr. Goolsby. Mr. fucking Goolsby. Man, Jerome Fauci. They love Jerome Fauci. You know that? I never thought in my life I would ever call him Jerome Fauci. But the way, you guys know Alan Greenspan. Alan Greenspan came out in support of Jerome Fauci. Alan Greenspan is 100 years old in March. That blew my mind. They don't feel me. Netflix already gave up the 1%. Who's the other one? Oracle down 3? Yikes. That's not good. Core Weave is up 3. Nibis. Sermol. Oh, where's that LAR? I want to say that's technically an all-time high for them, but they chilled out. And then Tesla, FSD news. I don't know how to take that. I don't even know how that's going to work. Again, it's all staples right now. So I don't know how long this is going to last for. It's only been 8 minutes, but so far, staples, it's not like all tech is bad. I mean, Apple was just doing good. They came down. Microsoft's now struggling. Okay, I guess if you don't have Apple playing along, it is mostly a tech drag here. Yeah, they didn't look that bad a couple minutes ago, but it's pretty much tech down. NASDAQ is down by 0.7. SPY's down by 0.4, with a lot of it coming from the NASDAQ. And then Russell's down by 0.2, and then Dow is the best one on the day, with staples up about 0.5%. So yeah, where is wheat and Bill in the midst of this? Nowhere to be found. Those aren't going to probably be as important. Remember, wheat was part of the war trade. That was war. Remember, the first time we played wheat was after the invasion of Ukraine, if you recall. And then as far as Bill, it had to do when, you know, the short-term interest rates got to around like 6%, 7%. So at this point, rates are being lowered. Fed funds are half of what they were just about 12 to 18 months ago, or I guess maybe like 18 to 20 months ago. So that one's just not really in play right now. That's why like the whole run it hot theme is about pretty much getting the right assets and then making sure you are not making any bad decisions. I think if the economy runs hot, all you have to do is avoid stupid, and you should be quite well. Yeah, Walmart. Staples are doing, I think Staples though, I think that would be value in the run it hot theme. High quality value would be awesome. My price target for TAP on 2027, I don't have that. It's kind of like the Philo yesterday. I don't use the clock. I use the direction. So I just think tap was a steal at $45 or whatever. I just thought it was a really good price. And I think we could hold beer for 10 years minimum. I don't even drink, to be honest with you. So that's honestly, it was a moral conundrum, but that's exactly what I did with cigarettes about 5-6 years ago. And we got to build around MO when it was at really, really good prices. So at the end of the day, I don't really have a price target on tap. If it ever is below book value, pays a solid yield. That's why I don't even like buying it when it goes up. I was thinking of buying some to start off the deposits, but some of these stocks, they go through, excitement and then they rip up, but then when they get depressed, they get really depressed. So, you don't have to force it if you didn't get it, but I am still it's a 10-year plan on that one. Pepsi was just at 130, dog. When is this? I think it's all the chips except Intel, but then again, it's one of those days where it looks like Intel is going to try to follow them all. We've seen that before, even this week. Starbucks, but anything value, consumer, staple, they are all doing very well right now. Yeah, bro, every single one of them. I think Coca-Cola had a restructuring thing, so they're down a little bit. It's a lot of names, and it's broadening out. Watch VKTX, too. So, again, any of the GLP-1s and the M&A activity, that relates to the whole... That's going to be the fireworks show for the JP Morgan Health Conference. Yeah, MSTR is moving big. Again, people were asking me about crypto last night, and there was some nice crypto moves. It's kind of looks like the dollar off the bottom, but, we'll see. Somebody asked me if crypto relates to the Run It Hot theme, and I think that would be like the second or third stage, but for now, not really. So we'll find out. Go XLB. Baidu. All right, Baidu's starting to take off now. I think that's related to the other one. You're glad I opened up the chat. I am too, man. You guys have been a lot of fun. I did get called a pussy-ass bitch the other day. And then I got harassed by a guy who makes LinkedIn articles. But, besides that, I was like, God is good, man. And I like the long term. And I can't wait to fucking run up the long term. I hope you guys are too. And honestly, though, I'm not going to lie, man. The young guys, you guys got me excited. The young guys, we need to recover a lot of the OG lessons, a lot of the long-term lessons. We got to do that. And I really, I think I want to invest in those guys. If you already had your shot and a little older, don't take it disrespectfully. But I'm saying, man, there's people, they were 15 in 2020, dog. So, yeah. But no, I've enjoyed it, and I hope you guys make the most of it. Thank you for not being a little punk and pumping on people. Try to get some good reasoning. Like you're seeing here, man, we could have really good conversations, and you could get a lot of info. And again, we've been exposed to a lot of good things. Pricing wise, whether for the long term, you guys are even calling out different plays, and you have been exposed to a lot of these themes way before they happen. I mean, again, we were even talking Run It Hot stuff last week, end of the year, last year, all those year-to-date laggers, the staples, every single part of it. So I hope you guys are paying attention, and I hope it does give you the same dividend it has given me and many others. Man, dude, more value, bro. I want value. I don't know though. I haven't bought anything I want the Kimberly-Clark still, but then I really just wanted PG, but then it did it again. It does this every time. So then I'm also down to wait, but then that's why I'm saying I have the idea of Run It Hot, and that's how people are playing it, but we do got to see if it actually holds. That's what I'm saying today. Honestly, give it 15 minutes. We're going to put it to a nice little test. Amen, bro. Well, yeah, I think the youngins got they got a lot to learn in a very good way. It blew my mind when I'm like, oh yeah, Janet Yellen. I'm like, Jerome Powell, Janet Yellen, Bernanke. They're like, what the fuck? What comes before Powell? And I'm like, oh. So that's very good, man, because that means you guys got a lot of room to really learn this game. And you also have a lot of room to get confused and turn into a dumbass if you kind of take the wrong path. So, literally, though, at the very least, holding 10% of your money, saving and holding for 10 years minimum, it's going to take you a long way. And you'll see, man, on a day-to-day basis, you will learn a lot. You see all these things that we're covering. Yeah, a lot of things already moved, too. So, again, a lot of these long-term plays, and I know people are getting excited, but I haven't bought anything this year. I mean, we're just riding the wave, but I agree. Like, Target just low-key a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, was at $80. So some of these names, just please don't forget. Don't use I love the chat, Josh. It's so good to be back. Let me go top tick shit 30% higher. Just please don't forget a lot of the rules that we talked about last year. That's what I'm saying. I even like Tap. Tap is great, but I don't want you guys buying plays that we're up on. If you buy a play that I'm down on, ask NVO, CMG, even damn Sweet Greens, you're going to have a great time. But if you are the ones buying at a real higher price and you're insisting on buying too late, it's going to make that whole hold for 10 years thing a lot harder. So I wouldn't be doing that. And just that's what I'm saying. You remember, it's time, patience, and if you do miss an opportunity, another opportunity set gets created. Just going to be different quality or a different time. Even in the weird way, it's like all these staples are going up, and then like a growth name like Adobe is coming down. So just make sure you don't fall for that and be very, very wise. Jerome Powell going to prison? I don't think so. I don't think he deserves prison. I think he just needs to quit. I think he just needs to, leave his post and move on and maybe answer a couple questions about the white marble floors and call it a day, man. White marble. Have you seen the plans? Oh, man. Rotations. I don't know. I mean, you could say his legacy is tarnished after all of this, but I mean, if you were going to tarnish his legacy, I think it would be at the whole, we got inflation up to 9% and kept rates for 2 years at 0. It fucked up a lot of things for a lot of people. And then after doing that and changing every American's life financially, we began to become extremely hyper political. So I don't know. It all depends on how you interpret it. That's what I said. He really Jerome Fauci. And then watching every single person come to his defense in Washington, you have not seen that happen ever, except for Fauci. All right. Is LAC or is that LAR? No, LAC. Lithium. All right. LAR too. Remember, I was telling you, man, that one's an all-time high. Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting about the other one. CLSK. That one came back 5. Again, these ones that gap up in the morning and then chill, they don't really, run. Bum. What's the other one? I think Netflix just got smashed off the open. That was even the worst one. But again, we might be a little early. I'm trying to see. Where is the commodities? And then, yeah, CLSK is going up. That was the one from the morning with the data centers. TTD, I mean, do you know anything about advertising? It's a very tempting value play. Just some people work with it, and usually the people who work with it, they've said a lot of things. Coin's going up. You guys know that's part of it today. I think you're going to get an update on the Clear Act, and then again, I do think crypto is going up. Yeah, Whirlpool not. Whirlpool always looks illiquid as fuck. I mean, it's still $1 billion company. Is Bitcoin launching? I actually had the chart up this morning. Yeah, Bitcoin is. I mean, that's what I was saying. Look at the daily. It kind of looks like the dollar having that drop, bottoming out, and then starting to break out here. I mean, last time crypto was here was like 2 months ago. Still very early. Some people could be anticipating the IEEPA stuff. Remember last time they got really dramatic, so just in case. Like I said, if that did happen, I'd be ready to adjust, but I do think all of it will be short-lived. Short-lived. No, I think all of it, just crypto's going up last couple days, even yesterday. And then again, the policy regarding the Clear Act, that is the next thing coming into play. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a cult. Silver almost at 91. That's disgusting. Dude, it's gone 5% a day. Yeah, MSTR and coin still going. Now Macy's, I mean, that could be a whole nother set of the consumer staple side. Yeah, Fed Paulson comments. U.S. likely to grow 2%. 26, greater clarity on driving the market. Baseline economy is pretty benign. Not everyone is doing great in the U.S. Job market bending, but not breaking. More coin, more MSTR, and then actual, like, Bitcoin. And SAP on the low. Where are the, again, there's that bad news for the cybersecurity companies. CLSK's at the high. Again, that's just moving hand in hand with IREN. So, again, both of those plays are both, they were crypto miners that did electricity, and now they're just pretty much moving into data centers. So that's why we kept bringing that one up, especially after how IREN played out this week. Staples still up or nah? Yeah, Staples 0.7 while the NASDAQ is down by 1% now. NASDAQ's down by 0.9. So again, tech wasn't that bad the first couple minutes, but then it really started to dump here. SPY's down 0.6, Dow Jones down 0.2, but the Russell is in the fucking green, bro. Are you kidding me? The Russell, you know the Russell is killing it this year. The Russell is actually insane. And then again, staples are going good. I think one of the only ones is Intel as far as like tech. And then China, Baba, Baidu, those are still very much in the game. Actually, you might be able to scam those Baidus because they usually decay. Let's see. Oh, it's the same price. They're a little lower. Very bad. Everything still has some bad spreads, low-key. Saidu Fox Business feature for space data centers. Oh, the space data centers. Sidious Space. Interesting. $3 stock. But again, remember if the space hype goes, they started off good, but some of them kind of chilled out. I like Nike, but actually Nike's might be down still. What the fuck? I swear it was just at 53. So, I mean, it's a fair price, but I hate buying 10% off the bottom, 15% off the bottom. Again, because I think right now, who's the best? I think Kimberly-Clark is like 1% off of its all-time low, or 52-week low. You're like 2.5%, 3%. which is not bad considering every staple has gone up. But then again, if every staple's ripping and Kimberly's not moving, again, they're the ones with the highest payout ratio, or I think General Mills. Oh, shit. My bad. I had the chat open. Yeah, General Mills even started to move up there a little bit too. But so that's the only one. That's the only thing that sketches me out about Kimberly is the high payout ratio and the fact that you just had every staple in the world kind of catch a bid and then they can't. Where is it? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh, did they cancel that? I think JD Vance was supposed to go on live. Mr. Vance. Vance. Microsoft. Well, they're going to be at the White House today. I think people are hoping for surprises. But at the same time, they were just literally yesterday asking for subsidies on the electricity stuff. Yeah, and then watch any of the Greenland critical mineral stocks. Oh, and you guys know China critical mineral exports shot up. So even though with all this shit, China's sold us and exported more critical minerals than 2014, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if PayPal's moving. A lot of people asked about that one yesterday. I think it's moved down, but it did wake up right now. Wouldn't it running it hot indicate a potential increase in oil since it's critical in moving goods? Yes, but then at the same time, that's why they are literally kidnapping oil dictators to keep the price of oil low. Because then if you could have cheap oil and find a way to keep it down, you can facilitate all of this run it hot stuff without it hurting the consumer and getting it to the point where you get high economic activity, low unemployment, low inflation, and then low rates. That would be your ideal situation. Exactly. That's why Iran and Venezuela right now are so critical, just for that factor. You know, it's like, I don't think we've seen way more global tensions at other years, but for now, I think it just plays very well into the whole oil and oil pricing debate right now, because if we get the full control of the Venezuela oil or even some sort of handle on it, that's going to give us a lot more leeway against everybody else. And then again, Iran is a direct proxy to China when it comes to oil. Potentially after 10 a.m. Eastern, in about 3 minutes, we could hear from the Supreme Court. Yes. I think we have a little bit more data too, but for the most part, I think all eyes are going to be on that Supreme Court stuff. But they don't have to come out with it again. So, like I'm saying, just head on a swivel, get ready to adjust if there is anything, but I wouldn't bank on it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I like PayPal, but I think we should talk about PayPal when there's zero value options left on the table. Because that's what happened when we bought PayPal. If you guys think about it, any stock I've listed or that we've purchased was probably like 50% higher or was up a lot. And that's why PayPal was like the only one left. So for now, as long as you still got good names, like I think when we bought PayPal, Adobe was at like $600. So in a weird way, I'd rather take a risk on Adobe than I would on PayPal if I was going to buy a growth stock. And then same thing, like I'm saying, Kimberly-Clark was up 30-40% last time PayPal was at this price too. Let's see. I really thought we were going to get JD here. That was supposed to be at 7 as well too for the critical minerals. Soft landing? No, it's about hard landing. Or not, excuse me, I meant running it hot. That's the whole point. They say get the fuck away from the runway, run it. That's why everybody keeps ignoring everything. What's a run? What do you mean land? Why would we land? Do you know how far Air Force One could fly? Why would we land? So yeah, that's kind of the general idea. Existing home sales, 4.35 million. Estimate was 4.2. Real estate data is picking up. 5.1 versus estimate of 2.2. Both sides really run up for it. Yeah, watch The Wire if you see anything on the ruling. I'm sure everybody will tweak out. But again, the market might even front run it a little bit. I remember seeing that, but it might get a little confusing with the data. Last time it came out 2 minutes. So it took about 2-3 minutes to get the Supreme Court shit. Everyone said 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and it was about 2 minutes later. The legal ruling. All right. You guys, that's all you're waiting for right now. Wait for the IEEPA stuff, see if it's dramatic, and then be able to confirm follow-through. But my expectation is nothing happens even if something happens. And again, there's two. There's micro and macro. It's what happens today with it, and then, like I'm saying, the next step looking ahead for this whole run it hot theme, and whether or not that'll confirm or deny. UNH going up. Interesting. I think CNC got an upgrade this morning. VG, silver. Oh, even gold. Gold and silver might react to that as well, too, though. Keep that in mind. And the dollar. Big old dollar. And dollar was at a breakout level the other day. There's Procter Gambling. Nothing on tariffs yet. It's been 1 minute since the 10 a.m. the 10 a.m. announcement. And they don't have to. They could just say no decision. So if there's no decision, you ain't getting shit. Who was it? GIS. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yeah, nothing out yet. So again, like I'm saying, last time it took about 3 minutes. So it was like 10:03. That was the first time everybody said it was going to happen. And then nothing happened. But they told you. I think no decision likely. I agree, but I also think, I even just think a decision doesn't do anything. That's why I'm very fascinated, because I want to be able to confirm this. But I think everyone's just going to keep punting and looking ahead. But at the same time, you know, with some of the raising of rhetoric by Donald Trump leading into it, saying we're screwed if it goes through, that could point to further delays. He's kind of putting it in the ball in their court a little bit. Intel stock surges towards 2-year high. More value, dude. PM, MO, all of them. XLP is up 1%. Nasdaq's down 1.3 though right now. And then Dow Jones is down by 0.4. Russell even went red. That went green for a little bit. And Dow is doing pretty good. Let's see. Nasdaq, you have 44 names green, 50-something in the red. Dow is 15 green, 15 red. And then you got 280 in the red, 220 on the green on the S&P. Oil's dropping down. Let's see. I don't see it. All right, it might get delayed. So again, if it's not an immediate reaction, that's what happened last time. Remember, everyone's like 10 a.m., 10 a.m., then nothing happened. Then 3 minutes, they said no decision made. So get ready for that. And then if that happens, you're going to have to wait till like middle of the day till we start getting some of this White House stuff. Hot dog. Mortgages above 6% now more common than ultra low rates. I know. I don't know. You guys remember that chart? We talked about it like beginning of last year. It was when a lot of those mortgages were switching around. At one point, even not too long ago, the average mortgage was like 4 or 5, but all these it's been several years, but yeah, a lot of these, they raised the average when we got to these higher mortgage rates and a lot of transactions occurred. You have very high mortgage rates now. It's kind of crazy. And then again, almost 70% of houses in America are paid off. A lot of people forget about that. I'm in a cult. All right. I don't think you're going to get the tariff decision now. It's been about 5 minutes. So last time they at least told you in 3, but, the fact is, if they had something, I think they'd tell you. But watch, see if that takes away a little of the risk. I just think today is another, again, even in the morning, we said it, there really wasn't much. I mean, you had a little bit of data, retail sales, PPI, but it wasn't dramatic. And then, again, I just think it was just rotate to staples. That's kind of been the major theme. You should have been prepared for that from even last year, but I don't think any of this. We'll see if it takes risk on or not, or if the event risk goes away. Wells Fargo, yeah, banks too. That's even what happened yesterday. Banks sold off, and then other staples started to go there, started to get the bid. BG, isn't that another food play, bro? BG's a 52-week high. Hasn't Conagra been ripping? A little bit. They're actually still a little lower. There's the biotechs. XPI, healthcare, staples, anything not tech is doing pretty okay. Even the Bitcoin, Habibi. And then the silver, and then Intel. Intel is in its own little category here. But then again, you still got like 40 names on the NASDAQ in the green. So it's a really 50-50 day. Yeah, they already released the decisions on stuff not related to tariffs. So yeah, that's why I'm saying it would come out almost instantly. So if you haven't heard anything, you might have to wait for everybody to tell you that nothing's going to happen. Tesla. Bros, or how are food plays like restaurants going up? Kava, CMG, Sweetgreen, they're all doing, any consumer plays pretty solid. Expire tomorrow? No, today's the 15th or 14th. So tomorrow's Thursday. I know, man. It's been a long week, but we're getting there. Conagra! Path, man. I like Conagra. I don't know. I like, it's either tampons or cereal, dude. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to buy Kimberly-Clark, but I'm not trying to make a video wearing a fucking diaper with a Kleenex and a tampon. I can't, because if I buy Kimberly-Clark, that's how I have to make the video. How am I going to explain it to you? But then again, I didn't get hammered when I bought Tap, so I don't know if that applies. But yeah, it's either that or I fucking get some fucking Lucky Charms. Or do they make Lucky Charms? I don't know if they do, man. Oh, what about that peach? The peach is amazing. Why didn't they put the peach on the food pyramid? That is part of the major food groups here in the cult, baby. Consistency, the peach. Oh, no. Oh, Catadonia. Let's go, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, baby. How you living, dog? Oh, you living good, man. What do you think about Run It Hot? What do you think, man? Do you think cereal or tampons and diapers and Kleenex? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the consumer staples? Because again, the peach is what you use every day. Which one do you use more? Do you guys use toilet paper, diapers, and tampons more daily, or do you use cereal? Because I don't eat cereal, actually. But then I don't have diapers or tampons. Now that I think about it. Damn it, this is getting difficult. I do use toothpaste. Why, Procter Gamble? Why? I would say no news is good news, yes. In terms of the tariff stuff, there's a lot more at stake today, and they're not stake, but there's a lot more kind of slothing around there from the bank earnings, the follow-up, the Microsoft White House, as well as the critical minerals and some of those meetings. But I would say for now, no news is good news on the tariff situation. But then it sucks because I even think if you got news, it would have been better, even if it was bad news, because it would at least provide clarity and give you some noise to follow up with. So yeah. Microsoft coordinated legal action in U.S. to disrupt Redvid's global cybercrime subscription service, fueling millions in fraud losses. Wells Fargo making comments right now too. So watch if that picks up or if it rebounds. CEO Scharf talking about headcount reduction. Damn, I caught a peach in a minute. It's every day, bro. I seen you every day. What's up, man? Oh, God bless and good morning. Good morning. Do 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 do. I know, man. I can't remember the last time that I had it. Bradley Frizzle says for sure cereal. Do you eat cereal every day? Oh man, I can't remember the last time I had cereal. If I had, you know what cereal I like though? I don't know if it's because I had the healthy mom or if my mom, I don't like, dude, I like it's like cereal, but it's not cereal. You know, like them granolas that you go and I don't know, does this even exist anymore? Where like you get the plastic bag and then you scoop it out of a barrel and it's like oats and random oats ass shit. I don't know if y'all even feel me. All right, Spy's ripping. That could be them realizing there's no tariff decision. Yeah, like them little clusters. That's not General Mills. Yeah, Supreme Court does not rule on tariffs. So no news will be decently good news, but I don't think it's going to be anything. Yeah, that's it. Bonds are even moving on that. I think it would have been the same fucking reaction either way. I'm surprised the bonds are taking more of a hit, of a run, but it does make more sense, and bonds are leading the way. So this time it took them 12 minutes. Last time it took them 3 minutes for the algos and wires to tell you nothing came out. Excuse me. Tell me why you have $8,000 spread against 22 different things. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it. I'm down. Maybe a little later when we get through the morning, we could go over the exact portfolio. But I will tell you, if you got a long term with 8,022 stocks, it's not bad. You don't need to sell anything. That's not what I would suggest. But I would start finding like good quality names and stacking up. That's pretty much what we've been doing, you know, because I had a lot of names too. I mean, you could see it. Here's our long term. But like, I have a ton of different names. There's some names I haven't even bought for years, but like, you know, my lowest name is worth 95 cents, fucking Beyond. We bought that, but it's a long time ago, man. Thank God it was only one share. And then Overstock is 26 bucks. But look, I got several couple $100 positions, but then little by little, we started stacking up these bigger ones, and then they started to grow. And then again, 20 names that grow, it'll start to add up, but you got to start focusing on stacking something, and I think that's going to really help you in the next couple years. But it has to be good quality. You stack dog shit, it's going to hurt you. That's why you really want something that's good. You run through a big Special K red berries and vanilla almond. Oh, I like vanillas. I think I've had that. I like Life cereal. Who makes, man, y'all gonna make me go through my cereal portfolio? Does General Mills make Life cereal? If they make Life cereal, I'm kind of down. No! That's produced by Quaker Oats, which is owned by Nestle. Boo. I like Life, dog. Wait. Does General Mills make Special K? Yes. General Mills. Wait, huh? Why did they make this so confusing? I said, does General Mills make Special K? It says, yes, General Mills does not make Special K. fucking AI. You know, that cost 80 gallons of water for it to confuse me. Yeah, it's Kellogg's, Special K, is in the fucking name. I'm like, man, damn it. So we can't even get General Mills. You know that, bro? I just fucking burned through a village of water for it to fucking tell me the wrong answer. Thanks, Google. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so that's Kellogg's, dude. Wait, what's Kellanova? What's their ticker now? What's the ticker for Kellanova? I forgot what it is. Is it KG? No, it's fucking gold. I don't even know the Special K, bro. Man, this is bullshit. I need to get up to date with some of the, I think I'm cereal racist. You know that? I think I just started thinking every cereal was General Mills. Come to find out, I might be a Kellogg's or a Quaker guy. Because I like oatmeal. Who don't like oatmeal? Quaker is owned by Pepsi? I thought they just said Nestle. KLG. I swear it was KLG. Does it no longer exist, or am I tripping? Who bought Kellanova? Well, yeah, I don't know. We can't even get the Bradley Frizzle Special K, dog. This is bullshit. So, yeah, and SPY's like barely right at open. Again, NASDAQ's the one struggling a little bit. Russell came back up after that. A little confirmation, and again, a couple of those critical mineral type Greenland plays are going up. Nike tweaking, and then watch Wells Fargo too. Yeah, Nike is getting knocked off right now. That could be that's exactly what happened though with the tariff stuff last time. You guys remember Restoration, Nike, ONON? Same exact move happened. It didn't really have follow through when they said the tariff stuff, and then those companies kind of freaked out a little bit. I typed in K, nothing showed up. Yeah, but Mars bought Kellanova in December. Yeah, bro, I don't have, I forgot. So, yeah, we can't even, what the fuck does General Mills even own? General Mills portfolio. Our brands. Annie's, okay, they own mac and cheese. Autumn's Gold, if you like mashed potatoes. Bisquick, if you like pancakes. Bugles, Cheerios, wow. Okay, can we get behind Cheerios? I like Honey Nut Cheerios. They're good for your heart. Is that marketing? They own Blue Buffalo? Dog food? Now I'm worried. Chex Mix, Cocoa Puff, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Cookie Crisp, Dunker, all the cereals my mom wouldn't let me eat. Golden Grams, Haagen-Dazs. What's Latina Fresh? I don't listen, man. I'm just reading. It said Latina Fresh. I didn't know that was a food brand. They got Lucky Charms, Nature Valley. Oh, I got some Nature Valley bars. I fuck with those. Pillsbury, Atta, Raisin Bran, Reese's Puff, Totino's, Pizza Rolls, Yoki, Trix, and Wheaties. Man, I've never heard Latina Fresh before. I didn't think it was a food. I don't think it's cereal, dog. I think it's like it looked like microwave food. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to eat any of those. That's it. We had Golden Grams before. I fuck with Golden Grams. So all right, there you go. So make sure you guys look up this. That's what I'm saying. Some of these companies, and even though it's a broader industry, you know, you might have to look into it. Because I swear Special K was General Mills. I don't know why. Well, I guess not. MB. Oh, TAP hit 50 and then came down. Then a lot of the staples still going up. You're right near the open. Again, NASDAQ, that lagger there. What time is it? 7:19. Almost been here for an hour, 10 minutes shy. All right, man. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you, Chatadonia. What a day. No tariff decision. So another delay. Another delay. Oh, they're talking Netflix.
Share. They are going to move, most likely, it's not 100%, to an all-cash deal. And the main outcome of that would be to significantly advance the date for the shareholder vote of Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to vote in favor or against the Netflix transaction. Originally, or even now, that is not expected to take place until late spring or early summer, in part or largely because of the time and effort needed to go through all of the accounting dealing with the issuance of stock and the financials that requires for the proxy. That's what you get, of course, when you're a voter and own the shares. With an all-cash bid, it's much simpler. That proxy can come out much sooner, and I am told by people familiar with the situation, you could be talking about a shareholder vote that is held as soon as, let's call it, late February, early March. That will significantly compress the timeline here, of course, making a decision for Paramount within that timeline far more important because they are currently suing. They are currently trying or threatening to replace the board with a proxy fight as well with their own nominees. But what they really will most likely be forced to do is meet the objections of Warner Brothers board in some way around any number of different things, including the breakup fee and making it clear that they're going to pay that, including the $1.5 billion in terms of the adjustment of the bridge loan for global networks, and overall in terms of value. Will they choose to do that? Remains to be seen, but the timeline in which they were going to have to make those decisions has now potentially, if we do get this from Netflix, become a lot shorter, which is good news, isn't it? For all of us. You won't have to hear me talking about this endlessly. But speaking of Warner Brothers Discovery, we have here on set Bill Nigren, Harris Oakmark Funds partner, portfolio manager, CIO. Among his top holdings is Warner Brothers Discovery, Citigroup, and Alphabet as well. We'll talk about all of it, Bill, but I don't think I've had a chance to talk to you. You've been a longtime holder of Warner Brothers, and I am curious as to how you view the Paramount bid, $30 a share, all cash for the entire company, versus, let's call it now, $27.75 all cash from Netflix, and a share of Global Networks value to be determined.
So you're right. We've owned Warner for a very long time, going back to shortly after the acquisition from Time Warner. We liked it because of the value of the studio, and we think the market had been short-sighted in not valuing the studio assets. We're pleased with the bidding war here. We think we're at reasonably close to a fair value number for the Warner assets.
I'm
and we're pleased with the job the Warner board has done so far in asking for a bid, accepting one, and leaving the door open.
I didn't make it in time. I muted the real time. You guys didn't get to hear my sneeze.
Second bid.
Wow, that one's for you guys.
Comments on Netflix.
Well, here, I'll tell you a play then, real time. Since you guys missed the sneeze.
Make complete sense to us. You know, their stock was at something like 135 back in July, and now it's under 90. It's a management team that's been very sensitive.
Yeah, Saidu is
to
running.
the
That's not
value
the one I
of
played,
their
though.
And
I kept it small on that one.
It makes perfect sense to us that a few months ago it made sense to issue shares, and today it makes more sense to do that in stock.
Yeah, I think many Netflix shareholders still sort of trying to grapple with the strategic rationale for the deal. Many perhaps have chosen to sell, hence that sell-off in the stock price as they move forward potentially with the deal. Do you think the board, because Paramount obviously has a different view, they say we have been disadvantaged, we have value far in excess of what Netflix is offering. You don't buy that?
No, we don't. I mean, I think you can quibble about is one offer a few pennies better than the other offer, but to meet the hurdle of substantially significant, I don't think the Paramount bid does that. Paramount has been out there saying that the global networks business won't have much value at all, but then they include it in their acquisition. If they think it's worthless and they move to $30 and let the shareholders keep that, I think that would be a substantially superior bid.
Yeah, they also make an assumption on a multiple EBITDA for that business. Meanwhile, their own business is largely made up of cable networks as well. But.
And we don't think we've seen the best bid yet from either company.
You don't? You think Paramount will come back and or Netflix will respond?
I think
I assume that's why you're holding the stock still. So
right. If
Thank you. GLW, yeah, Corning. I mean, again, a lot of these like legacy plays that got involved in certain infrastructure build out and a lot of things are nuts. And then what was the news today? Didn't they say they're Apple and other places, they say they're running out of fiberglass? Pentagon contractors who leaked information in jail. Huh? So you put them in jail and they still leaked it? It's amazing. Where is that one? Alabu, CRNX. Trying to make a play free. All right. I made some plays free from earlier. Balked on the high. Terrible fills. I thought I made it free. Didn't fill all of them. There's no sound. You don't hear me? Hello? I was just quiet. That's why you got the background music. I was taking some profits, making some plays free, and calling it today. I mean, I am also shopping for the long term, but I think I'm going to keep waiting. Because again, we just don't have a lot of cash. And I'm down. I want to see, I'm sure as the dollar keeps moving, if we could get a stronger dollar. I mean, we'll see how that plays with the whole run it hot theme. But that's going to be the risk, is that if you wait too long, run it hot might change some of it. But then again, I still haven't confirmed that theory, but it is starting to get a lot more legs. Schumer sees opening for Senate takeover after rough year. Rough year indeed. Crude oil inventories 3.39 million. Estimate was draw of 1.6. We haven't gotten any of the drama earlier today. Not push-ups yet, but you can. Feel free to get one in. 8:30. 8:30. Woo! I think even XLV started to slip a little bit. SPY's coming down. I mean, you got a little baby pop on the no tariff decision, but here we are. Qatar says some personnel departing U.S. base over U.S. regional tensions. And then equal weight is actually still in the green, but that's about to go red. So this drop might be the staples giving up a little bit. I mean, they're up. I don't know what that is, actually. Because equal weight's starting to sell a little bit more. Let's see. So amazing. 13 green on the Dow, 17 in the red. So that was 50-50 earlier. And then again, equal weight's still barely green, about to go red. Yeah, you got 57 red on the NASDAQ, 44. That's about the same. NASDAQ's the worst on the day, back to 1-2. And then SPY, 266 in the green, 235 in the red. I think it was 270 in the green earlier. Fed Moran dereg should put downward pressure on prices. Another reason for central banks to cut. I mean, bond all day too. Notice the inverse. Bonds have been killing it, whether it was the tariff stuff, any of this move. They're the ones that are actually holding. So not bad. Yeah, revolutions aren't good for currency. I heard people talking about the Iraqi currency coming back to life, but then isn't that the old scam? Or is that the Syria one? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The scam where I think it was the Iraqi dinar, I believe. But like, isn't it where they're like, it's gonna come back one day? I heard people talking about it again, and I don't know if it's because of what's happening in Syria or if people are trying to, sell the age-old scam more or less. Right? Isn't that the old? Yeah, that's the old scam where they're like, you buy it, one day it's gonna be going up. So yeah, I heard people talking about that. Just the Iran situation, and then Iran's currency has been getting clapped, and then people brought that one up. Yeah, Bank of England comments. I don't think it's going to move much. Honestly, now, I think we're going to have to wait till some of the White House stuff or any of that critical mineral things, and then you're still just going to have to work your way through this rotation. I mean, when was it? By 7? It was about around this time yesterday. We kind of chilled out, and then you had that bounce middle of the day. On some of the re-rotation, but most of the general move has stayed the same today. Staples up, equal weight was doing better, it's starting to come down a little bit. A couple of names are adding weakness. I mean, you got a couple of headlines, you still got weak bank earnings, and then now you're gonna be moving on through. There's still names that move though. I mean, like I said, I had names that were still up. I mean, Intel's still up for 2.5%. Netflix got washed. The CLSK, that one actually ended up holding from the morning. Where's Honeywell? Honeywell was up too. That one came down a little bit too. The court ruling did happen on tariffs. They said no decision again. So remember, that's what happened last week. Last time when people were getting hyped up on it, they were saying court decision today. It was always potentially a court decision. Nothing happened last week. Same exact thing this time. They have other Supreme Court decisions. There's no schedule. So now every time the Supreme Court comes to meet, people are going to play this game now and be like, it can happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But then realistically, if it doesn't happen anytime soon, it is going to be in June, July. So that's a long time. It's been a long time. So the long term. That a dope beat to long term. Long term. What you save is 10%. Oh, first you don't say 10. You get dusted off and buy again. You get dusted off and buy again. You don't want to throw it all away if you lose on the first trade. What about the next trade? Oh. I'm so sorry. Some of y'all don't even know that song. You know that? Now that I realized that y'all were fucking 10 years old in 2020, I didn't even realize you don't even understand any of these songs. I know, man. They didn't try to trap Trump again. They let him fly. They don't know, man. They don't know. You don't know that? You really don't know that? No. Aaliyah, dog. Aaliyah. Because that was a banger. I think I was like 10 or like 6 or something when I heard that song. I was young. My sisters would play it. Moran's going on. Where's he at? I see some more comments, but yeah, talking dereg. I want the critical mineral stuff. Even with the whole G7 thing, we didn't hear shit. Which I am surprised. Oh, yeah. The Delphi Economic Forum. All right. I'm going to play it for a second. Because I keep coughing and sneezing. What is this allergy winter?
America and Greece. Two nations bound not only by history and shared democratic values, but by...
Wait. Did he just get on? No, I think he's done. Or this is just hella lagged. No, he's not even on yet. But I see it.
Of hearing from a man.
He's a doctor? Dr. Stephen Moran? Oh, no way. Spy's still at the low. Again, I mean, watch tech, energy, minerals, and then staples are the leaders. He walked up with her. Well, I'll put him on when he like gets there. And then Chipotle, food. Those are doing great. But they're starting to slip too. And then November, RH, Nike, ONON, they all had a reaction. So that was the same reaction to the tariff stuff. This, again, it's a lot less dramatic. That's what I even think, though. Every time we go through this little roundabout of getting hyped up and then nothing happens, it kind of like neuters everything. Remember, last time, I swear, restoration fell like 4 or 5%. This time it's chilling. Tom Lee said for investors to follow the White House, not the market. I mean, kind of. So again, that was the other part of crypto here today. We are starting to get the rollout of the Clear Act and everything else that they're doing. Lithium, I just know it's been going up, and it's kind of tied to all of the minerals and everything with China, and China's been making a lot of battery actions. So yeah, man, it's but remember, we talked about it last week and it lagged and then it just took off. But it is kind of just part of the whole mineral commodity run. Intel was waking up a second ago. Yeah, it's actually hitting a new high now. Again, we don't know what's going on with it today. Yesterday was the upgrade. I mean, Global Foundries, a couple of other similar names are getting a bid. We've talked about the broader theme. They have earnings coming up. But then, I mean, people were trying to bring up the Apple rumor again, but I don't think that's substantiated. And yeah, man, here we are. All right, and then here's Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for the introduction, and thank you to the Delphi Economic Forum for the opportunity to speak today. My topic is the implications of deregulation for monetary policy, an appropriate one for this setting. Greece's recovery from the crisis that began in 2009 was only possible after the Greek people implemented substantial and painful reforms including alleviating suffocating overregulation in many sectors. In addition to the other reforms embraced by Greece, deregulation freed businesses to compete domestically and internationally and promoted individuals' access to the economy. The range of reforms has included liberalizing product and service markets, easing licensing and administrative burdens, opening previously restricted professions, and increasing labor market flexibility. The government liberalized electricity and gas utilities, privatized airports, ports, and utilities, and reformed bankruptcy procedures and other business laws.
Yeah, Baidu.
While it is
Just keep in mind
challenging
the
to
China
quantify
place.
how these deregulatory actions have
Bob has already
affected
ran
the
up.
economy,
Again, I said you could have
there is
scammed the
little doubt that
Baidus,
these
but they just had
reforms have
terrible
supported a
spreads.
remarkable return to economic growth and higher living standards. Macroeconomic stability has returned to Greece. Unemployment has fallen to its lowest level since the global financial crisis, and investment and exports have rebounded. Product and labor market reforms helped restore competitiveness, reduce unit labor costs, and encourage firm entry. By easing the ability of supply to respond to prices, these reforms have improved the transmission of monetary policy. While monetary policy is set by the ECB, its transmission varies in part with how national governments manage their economies. Long-term Greek borrowing rates have narrowed their spread to Germany's, now below 1%, compared with 6% a decade ago. Greece has come a very long way, impressing the whole world with its recovery.
He is you, Tim Whitman. It literally is Tim Whitman.
Conversation around Mario Draghi's report,
And Tim Whitman in another
Greece
life.
shows that well-targeted
Honestly, Tim,
deregulatory
this is Tim
reforms
Whitman after
can
he
help
made
lay the
that
foundation
game.
for more
You know that,
sustained
Tim?
and
I think you
robust
know as
economic
much as him,
growth
Tim.
By expanding the
You know,
productive
Tim,
capacity
I
of
think
the
you already
economy,
got the
known
finance
as the
part
supply
down.
side. Such
I
sustainable
nominate
increases
Tim
in
Whitman
actual
to the
and
Fed.
potential growth
Donald,
have different implications for monetary
please
policy
come out
than
with the
purely
Soviet
cyclical
secured
growth
credit
spurts,
cards brought to you
which
by the
boost growth
Treasury.
in the near term without raising economic potential. These jolts can create substantial inflation, undermining growth in the medium term by forcing central banks to raise interest rates.
He sounds
and
like
also in the long
Zuckerberg, but he
term
looks like
by
Tim.
causing a misallocation of resources. Recent experience has reinforced the need for central bankers to fully consider the broad range of non-monetary factors
Greenland
that
could
affect
cost
the
as much
appropriate
as
stance of
$700
monetary
billion.
policy.
That's fine.
One such
We made
factor
that
is
in
especially
tariffs. We'll
important
do
at this
that in a
juncture
week.
Is the regulatory burden borne
Let's
by
do
businesses
it.
and individuals.
You got two
which has begun
options.
to recede in the United States in the last year. I believe that the sweeping deregulation underway in the United States will significantly boost competition, productivity, and potential growth.
AMD started to
allowing
run
for
there with
faster
Intel
economic
too.
growth without
So again, you
putting
got a
upward
couple of
pressure on
pockets. It's
inflation.
still like a 50-50 day,
This would support continued
60-40
easing
going
of
back and
restrictive
forth. You
monetary
are near the
policy.
low.
But
NASDAQ is
ignoring
struggling,
these
and then,
effects
I mean,
would
you don't
result
even
in
got the
monetary
leadership from the
policy
Russell,
that
even though it is the best
needlessly
index of the day.
One challenge for central bankers in fully incorporating
Pinduoduo is
deregulation
just
into their
different than
economic
Baba and
outlooks
Baidu.
is that it is
That's
difficult
why I've
to
always
measure
said
in
Baba and
aggregate.
Baidu are like really big giants in
Economists are
China.
inclined
That's
to
the only
study
ones I
things
like.
when they are quantitative
But
data
they're
to
they're part of
eliminate
the
their work.
AI and
A
technology.
version of the famous lamppost
Pinduoduo is
problem
fucking Temu.
of only looking where the lamppost shines. This may have contributed to a tendency to give short shrift to regulation in judging the economic outlook. Quantitatively measuring regulations is more difficult than measuring taxes, subsidies, or interest rates. Regulations that businesses face can vary enormously based on the sector, size, and sometimes even age of a company. Some regulations ban activities altogether. Some regulations impose fixed or variable costs for complying. Some regulations affect consumption decisions, and some affect production. Regulations can vary enormously across jurisdictions and sometimes within jurisdictions. Additionally, enforcement determines how binding regulations are in practice, and enforcement can be even harder to measure than the effects of regulations themselves. These measurement challenges are evident in the abundance of economic studies on specific regulations, but the much smaller volume of work that tries to comprehensively measure the aggregate effects of the accumulation of regulations on the macroeconomy. From the perspective of an individual firm, it may be easy to adjust behavior in response to one regulation, known as a margin of adjustment, but compounding regulations can constrain the ability to shift costs by hitting multiple margins of adjustment
new
all
low.
at once.
And then Chevron
One
price
pebble
target
doesn't stop a
increase.
stream.
I wish
Water
it was
can flow around
Zuckerberg,
it,
so Meta would
but
damn
pile
move.
enough of them up, and the pebbles will collectively stop the stream. A common approach to quantifying the effects of
Yeah,
regulations
TLT is
to
very
count the
good right
number
now.
of pages of
I
new
mean, it's not. I don't think it's
regulations.
like play good
This
yet,
does not
but
account for
in
varying
the broad
economic
scope
significance
of
across
easing
regions.
things up, to run at hot
Another
theme,
approach
and
is to count
you
the
know,
number of
things
work
not getting
hours
too
required to
dramatic and
comply,
bond volatility.
as reported under the Paperwork
It's
Reduction
actually
Act.
very good, and I'm sure.
However,
I mean,
there
I
is
think
wide
Donald Trump
variation
and
in how
Besant
different
like it.
regulatory agencies produce these cost estimates, even sometimes
That's good, baby.
variation
Good morning.
within
That's
agencies.
been an interesting
And
morning,
more
kind of like
importantly,
yesterday.
the counting
You
of
made that
work
first
hours
hour
related to the
move.
PRA
Still
does not capture the
50-50
full opportunity
Staples.
cost
There's
of
a
the
big staple
regulations.
rotation.
That is, had
And
the
then
lost
that's
hour
it.
of work could have been used more productively, or the firms and industries that don't exist at all because of the regulation. If a firm needs to hire a person to comply with some new regulation and can't hire a sales associate who could generate new
You're
business,
posting a play?
or
Why?
can't engage in
Why
a
are you
productive
buying a
activity
put?
at all,
You said to short
then the
silver.
foregone opportunity can be
You really
significantly
want to
larger
short
than the
silver.
wage for compliance hours.
2 days ago, you said the 30 years is
There
going
has
to
been
go
some
above
progress
45.
in measuring regulation through
or
advances in
5%.
natural language processing and artificial
I
intelligence.
don't know, man. You
And I
actually,
expect
dude, you've
more
been
of this to
saying
come.
short silver since
For
the
instance,
beginning of the year,
Patrick
dog.
McLaughlin's QuantGov
Okay,
project
Lou
at
Wei,
Stanford
I don't know how I
University's
feel
Hoover
about your
Institution
April put. I need a
uses
reason,
computational
or I'm about
tools
to
move
flip the
beyond
coin for your
regulation page
fate.
counts toward
What do
counting
you say, Lou?
restrictions and obligations
Is it Lou? Is it
imposed by the
Louis?
text
Oh,
and
Louis,
quantifying
Louis, or
regulations by
it's
industry.
Louis, huh?
In other words,
Do you have a long-term
Joseph
Louis?
Kalmanovitz uses machine learning methods to count and separate regulations.
How much is a
that are
5.5?
relevant
How
for
much is
firms'
that
core
put?
businesses,
Can I have
core
the money?
business opportunities from those that are not relevant. These measures show.
Why are you buying an
an
April? Do you know how much time April is for now?
Among other deregulatory efforts,
Well,
is
hold
the current
up, bro.
U.S. administration's
So you're gonna spend $1,800 on that?
revoking 10 old regulations
Yo, let me get 100.
for every new one adopted.
Just let me get 100, dog.
Based on the pace
and
of
I'll
the
reinvest
administration's
it somewhere
deregulatory
for you.
efforts in the
I'll
first
give
part
you
of
a hedge.
2025,
Yeah,
I
why
estimate
is
that
it-
if this pace continues,
I need a reason, dog.
30% of
You
the
know that
regulatory
some of y'all.
restrictions in the
I
Code
just
of
I would
Federal
like a reason.
Regulations
I don't think you
will be
should pump on
eliminated by
people.
2030.
I mean,
Though
he's been
this
trying
may
to
prove
get you
be
to
an
short
underestimate.
silver for about 13 days now. I don't know how I feel
Regulations
about
can have
that.
far larger consequences
You
for
know,
the
I just
supply
sold
side
early at
than, for example,
1,000%, but I
taxes,
could only, you know.
because they amount to
But I
outright
need a reason,
prohibitions
man.
and thus
I need a
function as
reason.
infinite taxes. Quantity controls are usually far more damaging economically than those that directly affect prices. Consider agglomeration, when a group of firms in the same industry benefit from
So you
proximity.
better watch out, man. You
such
like
as
2 of these
R&D
plays
labs
shy.
near to production plants,
You about to start
or
hating the
clients and
Supreme
customers.
Court.
An auto
Let's get rid of the
producer
tariffs.
benefits from
I have a
outsourcing to
605
an
point.
automaker.
Calm down, man.
Environmental or
Just
other
calm- Is that what you were
other
that was what you had in your
restrictions
mind
that
today,
restrict
huh?
co-location can affect
I'm
the
a mind
entire
reader,
economy's
dog.
supply side by preventing the agglomeration necessary for
U.S.
industry to be
weighs
profitable.
enlisting private firms
Take one
to
piece of
assist
an
in
industrial
cyber
ecosystem away
attacks.
because of regulation, and the rest become
Check
harder
Palo
to
Alto
sustain.
and cyber.
Supply
Again,
chain
you had bad
ecosystems
China
exist
Palo
or
Alto
don't
cyber news this morning.
because of regulations determining what activity can take place and where. I think it is hard to argue that, say, the excess burden of going from a 30 to a 33% marginal tax rate has the same effect as a regulation preventing an entire industry from existing domestically. Regulations, particularly those that affect physical production, can force the economy from high productivity sectors to low productivity sectors by encouraging capital-intensive production to move to less regulated places like China.
China.
Research on the effects of regulation on the
Constellation,
supply
big
side of
volume.
the
I don't know if
economy
that's real.
has developed along two major lines of inquiry.
The Supreme Court
The first
already
studies
came out. They are
regulations'
not
effect
making
on
a
total
decision
factor
today.
productivity, or TFP,
So that goes out the
in
window.
economic growth by
None
making
of that.
production more expensive.
Oh,
If regulations
Cloudflare,
make,
guidelines.
say,
They all went
electricity or
down on that
manufactured
headline.
goods more expensive to produce, they lower TFP, productivity. Regulations can also distort investment decisions across sectors or impede innovation, leading to an economy-wide misallocation of resources with commensurate effects on aggregate productivity levels.
Meta down, more tech down,
An
app.
alternative way of modeling
Low ticker's
regulation
actually
is
picking
via
up
its
as we're
effect
dropping
on
here.
free entry and
So again, if
markets.
Staples give up more in equal
Regulatory
weight,
costs that
then you
appear
get
as
that
marginal from an
rotation
industry
shifting. It's going to
perspective
be different,
often
but
originate as
they're
fixed
holding
costs
pretty
from a firm
decent.
perspective.
But then
An
again, you got a
existing home
couple getting
builder
knocked
building
off.
one more house may be marginal, but for a new entrant to build it, they would have to invest in a vast.
Yeah, SPY's going up there.
infrastructure.
Q's are even going
In
up
many
too. All
jurisdictions,
because his
they'd
fucking
have to learn how to measure
605
carbon
put. He still
emissions,
hasn't given me a
decipher
reason
labor
for
regulations,
it.
pass various
Equal weights,
inspections
break
at
even.
various stages, and pay other fixed costs. The barriers to building a house have become so burdensome that many builders exit entire markets, leaving numerous large metro areas without desperately needed supply. As such, regulations often serve as barriers to entry, with all the attendant consequences: reduced competition, artificially high returns to scale, higher markups, reduced innovation, and reduced productivity growth. Let's call these markup regulations. There is abundant evidence, both within and across countries, that increased regulation causes reduced firm entry, decreased competition, and lower investment, all consistent with these elevated fixed costs of operating. Decreased firm entry, competition, and innovation lead to a malaise familiar to many. Formerly dynamic industries calcify, flagship businesses choose to move elsewhere or shutter completely, and communities feel cheated out of their way of life. Now let me discuss the implications of regulation and deregulation for monetary policy. Most theory and research suggests that increasing the regulatory burden reduces productivity and thus puts upward pressure on prices. This is intuitive. Regulations impede production, and deregulation removes those impediments. More production means lower prices, and vice versa. But gauging the magnitude of these effects can be difficult. Work by Dustin Chambers, Courtney Collins, and Alan Krauss found that a 1% increase in US federal regulations in a particular industry is associated with a roughly 10 basis point increase in consumer prices in that industry, and that is only in the near term. Longer term effects and effects from more substantial changes in regulations are, in my view, likely to be substantially larger, since firm entry and the effects of increased competition develop over time. Supply chain ecosystems can take years to rise or fall. I'd also expect cross-industry spillovers to boost aggregate effects above this level. But even these modest within-industry, short-term effects would be substantial in the context of the potential 30% decline in the regulatory code that I projected earlier. This implies a cumulative drag of roughly 3% on the consumer price level through 2030, a little over 0.5% per year. What happens in the short term depends on various factors: the types of regulations involved, the way these regulations affect firms and households, and the manner of enforcement. On balance, I believe the substantial deregulation that has occurred in 2025 will continue over at least the next 3 years and be a large positive shock to productivity that will put downward pressure on prices. On net, this supports a more accommodative stance of monetary policy. As I've argued,
I mean,
think the
taxes, you
primary
want to, we
effects
could talk
of
about that in a
deregulation
little
are on the
bit.
supply side of the economy and have the
And
effect
then,
of
I don't know,
increasing
man, you were
potential
just
output
asking
more
me to
than the increase
review
in actual
your portfolio. But
if
now
the
you
number of
gambling
goods I
on
can produce is
QQQ, look
effectively
at what
limited by
fucking Louis did to
regulation,
you, bro.
and that cap is removed,
Y'all
this
know
means
I'm
I can
banning
produce
him,
more.
right? Because
If
I
demand increases
asked
and
for a
production
reason,
is
he
limited
just
by
ran away.
regulation or some other factor,
He made
then
$100
prices
bucks on it,
increase.
though, I think.
If demand rises and these shackles have been removed,
What's up, man?
then output grows and pressure on prices is much smaller.
You want to wait for the big ones.
While I think of regulation as primarily a supply-side factor, it can affect demand. For instance, the news
I'm
of
looking
planned
in the-
deregulatory action can stimulate investment now for future production,
Looking into the
increasing
long term.
aggregate demand and prices in the short run, before prices adjust to the lower level that would prevail over the longer run. However, I see little reason to expect the short-run effect on demand will
No, this
exceed
is
potential.
Tim Whitman Moran.
In an earlier speech, I assumed that deregulation immediately increases actual output.
I mean, do you
half as
want to
much as
know what's
potential output,
interesting?
and then the two converge
Worst
over
case
2 years.
scenario, this would probably
While some
be your
approaches
Fed
assume
chair if
TFP
Powell
shocks
wants
increase
drama,
actual and potential
and they
output
have
by
to
the same
select
amount.
the interim
Work
chair.
by Olivier Quavion,
Quavion?
Yuri
Oh, he said
Gorodnichenko,
that
and
great.
Mauricio Ulate shows that a structural approach to modeling the supply side results in potential output overshooting actual output in response to a TFP shock. Of course, this matters because the output gap is a primary input into calculating the appropriate setting for monetary policy. If actual output falls below potential output, there is slack in the economy that could be accommodated
You
by
have a
looser
tax
monetary
question
policy.
for the long term?
If deregulation boosts
What's
potential
up?
output,
And I don't
above
know, I like
actual,
that. But
the
if you're
correct
saying you
response
ever
is to cut
come into
interest
big
rates.
money this year on
At
any
the same
stocks,
time, by increasing the marginal
it's good to
cost of capital,
prepare for trading wise.
deregulation
I
may
mean, one
raise
thing
the
you could do
so-called
is make a
neutral rate of
corporation,
interest,
but
which
even your
monetary
long
policy
term,
is neither accommodative
there's a
nor
lot of
restrictive.
benefits.
I
Like
addressed this
you
in
have
an
like
earlier
up to like
speech.
100K
My first speech as
of
a member of the
gains
Federal
on an
Reserve Board.
individual account that you
Turning
could.
to markups,
It pretty
the
much
second
doesn't
channel
hit
for
you
the
that hard
effects
on
of
the
regulation
tax.
on the supply side.
But what's your
Models
question for the
indicate
long
that if
term?
monetary policy ignores the deflationary effects of deregulation, then we risk causing an unnecessary contraction in the economy. That is the implication of an important 2014 paper by Gowdy Egertson, Andrea Ferrero, and Andrea Raffo, which models deregulation as a reduction of markups, meaning increased competition, in a standard new Keynesian model. They find that the appropriate response of monetary policy is to reduce interest rates in response to this type of deregulation shock and offset its consequent deflation. If for some reason monetary policy fails to do so, then deflation and economic contraction needs to result.
The D word.
This model implies that if the Federal Reserve fails to reduce policy rates in response to deregulation, there will be adverse consequences. Greece's experience
I
testifies
feel like
to
we've
this.
heard
Had
deflation
the
more in the
ECB
last
not
like
implemented
month or
exceptionally
two
loose
than
monetary
not.
policy
Reason for the
effectively
downfall of tech
accommodated
and
Greece's
banks, I would
structural
argue.
reforms,
And then
the
a
outcome
couple
for
of other
Greece would have been
industries
quite
like home
different.
builders
The
and
outcome for
whatnot,
the
but
Eurozone
it's the
would have been
same
quite
setup
different.
from yesterday, and there was a little bit of
I believe that central
worry
bankers should be
coming
paying
into the
close
tariffs,
attention to
but
the
then we
effects of
blew the
regulation on
tariffs off.
productivity,
Nothing, no
output,
no
and
event from
prices.
there.
In
And then
recent
it's a
quarters,
really slow day.
policy has been tighter
It's
than
not
it
like
should
Wednesday,
have been to
we didn't
reflect
really have
significant
much.
deregulation, lifting potential growth and reducing inflation. Going forward, I expect that the ambitious deregulation underway in the United States will boost growth without boosting inflation and be one factor supporting a further easing of monetary
So do you
policy.
guys listen to this? What are you
In this
listening to right
regard,
now?
Greece and the ECB
Do you
have
guys
lit
hear
the
what he's
path
talking
and shown us
about?
the way.
I mean, it's something I've been
raised this
yelling
point
out
with
here
my Federal
recently.
Open Market Committee colleagues,
He's
and I
kind
expect
of
to continue to
broadly
do so
explaining to you
as our
this run it
deliberations
hot
proceed.
theme and what they're trying to
you.
do. Or at least this is one of them. Thank you. He responded like, he's like, yeah, I know, I killed it. Are they gonna ask him questions? He's like, there's no, oh, there is a chair, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm gonna listen to Stephen Moran until he gets caught insider trading. Okay? Until then, I'm gonna give him some scream time.
Well, I want to thank first of all the Delphi Forum for this.
I say until, because most of them, half of the guys right now, they got some sort of scandal.
I want to welcome you.
So I gotta, I'm gonna be a little fair here. Mexico going up too.
These days, as you know.
And that's Saidu.
Yeah,
There's
one of
Baidu
the
and then Saidu.
Masterminds of the Trump
Saidu is
policy.
just, it's the Fox pump. Fox
So
got all
if you
the
can
boomers to buy
explain to
gold.
us
So
the
now the
reasoning
boomers
behind
are
that.
gonna get a little more
Obviously, one
speculative.
reason is to level the playing field in terms of competition.
They're like,
and
can we
so
find
on.
gold in space?
But I guess there's another reason which says that production, especially by U.S. firms, should come back to the U.S. Through this system. Could you sort of elaborate a bit? What the purpose of tariffs?
And then
is
you
and
guys
whether
know
it's working
Kimberly
so far?
Clark got 2 downgrades. That's why part of some of the
Well,
clapperoonie.
I think perhaps you give me too much credit and also refer to work that I did in my previous job, not while I was not at the Federal Reserve. I think that there was a variety of goals behind those things, and I think that when you look at what tariffs have done thus far, what the effects have been, as far as the central bank.
Oh,
and
Cal
monetary
Maine still
policy is
kept getting
concerned,
clapped
I
too.
think there's no
They had
doubt
good
about it
earnings.
that tariffs have had some consequences that we have to take into account and do as we make our outlook and as we decide what the
It's all
settings
food
for monetary
plays.
policy are. I think chief among those has been an effect of raising revenue, which has served to underline and stabilize financial markets, and particularly treasury markets and interest rate markets. As you know,
Yeah,
the
Baidu's
world
taking off a little more.
Gets bouts of
And
concern
LAR.
over the size of deficits,
But we haven't heard anything on the
reducing
critical
its,
minerals.
reinforced stability.
Jeffries
by
gave another
reducing
price
deficits
target
and
raise
its
to
National
Chevron.
Office estimates over almost $4 trillion over a decade, something like that. For the effect.
I'm gonna go pee real quick. Almost 8
and
o'clock.
I think by bringing in that
So
revenue
again,
and
similar setup to
stabilizing,
yesterday,
helping
even from the
stabilize
rotation.
financial
And then remember,
markets,
yesterday it was
help
around.
stabilize
We
financial markets,
leveled
which
out
is
around the
important
same
for us.
time actually.
I've also spent a lot of
So this is
time
where you were
discussing
7:55
how
yesterday,
the
7:57,
revenue
kind of
from
the same.
tariffs has
But then
lowered
here you had
the neutral
you
interest
had that
rate
all
by
that chip news.
adjusting the
So if you
national
get any
policy
headlines, being
savings
able to bring it up,
for
that'll
investment.
cause its own thing.
And then, of course, there's effects on inflation. I've spoken a lot about that as well. About a month ago, I gave a speech.
Because remember, LAR was the
the
foreign one. So I think some of these foreign assets, foreign minerals, they've been taking the gain. I mean, it is a spin-off.
Who do make that conclusion do so because they compare goods prices to some sort of trend that was occurring before the pandemic. In my mind, if you compare United States goods inflation to goods inflation elsewhere in the world, it doesn't stick out, which is something that you would think would happen if tariffs are driving inflation in the United States. Or if you compare imported core goods versus overall core goods in the United States, again, there's not really a material difference that would make you think that tariffs are driving some sort of significant inflation in the United States. So I think as far as monetary policy goes, those are the things that tariffs sort of really matter for. As far as the other stuff, I think that there was a lot of what you were saying behind organizing those tariffs and implementing those tariffs, and we'll see how they develop. But as central banker, I have to stick to central bank issues.
But let me just elaborate a bit more about this. Whether you think the global trade system has reached a new equilibrium, or you think there will be another round of tariffs needed?
Oh, I mean, it seems very clearly that the volatility in trade has gone down materially over the last 6 or 7 months. I think there's no question about that. I mean, the United States has reached trade deals with, about more than two-thirds of our major trading partners. not including China. I mean, I think that's very substantial, and we sort of continuously hear about new trade deals being worked out. It seems no doubt about it to me that volatility associated with international trade has declined materially in the last 6 months. Things seem to be much stabler now. I have no doubt that we'll get continued little bouts of news flow and continued shocks to those, but I think there's no doubt that we're very past the peak of this volatility.
Let me ask about China, because one of the intended purposes was to try to limit trade by China. This morning I was reading in the Wall Street Journal that their trade surplus has gone up to 1 trillion or whatever, more than 1 trillion, and that basically trade has increased for China with the rest of the world, not with the US, by 20%. Are you concerned about that?
Well, I think that you're pointing to one fact that shocked me is that the Eurozone now has a larger trade deficit with China than the United States does, right? And so this was a shocking thing to me when I learned it a few weeks ago. I think it does have consequences that matter for monetary policy, because international demand, it really is an input into how we think about the development of the U.S. economy and the way that we would set interest rates in the United States based on employment and inflation in the United States. And to the extent that sort of the Chinese export of cheap goods is destroying demand in a place like Europe, that would lead to decreased trade with the United States, decreased demand from for U.S. goods. I mean, I think it absolutely is something that would affect growth and inflation in the United States. I mean, to put it another way, a lot of international price trends are a lot of inflation trends.
Is that real? Is nobody did the U.S. Mint
right?
suspend the sale of silver?
Has for many periods of time co-moved so closely across countries.
I don't think you could buy silver from the government straight up anymore.
Goods to places like Europe, to other
That's crazy.
trading partners, very much has an effect.
That's why it's so weird, man. Because again, they're talking about silver just being kind of a liquid in London, like it's just thin volume, but it's still like undercrowded.
At some point predicted that it might go down to 2%.
I remember there was a little, I think it was platinum. People were doing arbitrage on
what is the remedy for that?
On the
So
platinum
that's a great question, and
with the mint.
I wish I knew the answer to that. Especially, I talked a moment ago about how I don't think tariffs are driving goods inflation for some of those reasons, as well as other reasons, like the bottom in goods prices and the increase in goods prices happened in the middle of 2024, right? So unless somehow these goods prices were looking ahead 9 months, it stretches credibility, in my view, to think that tariffs are in light of all that evidence, to think that tariffs are driving goods prices. So then I'm left with the question of what is driving them, and to me, it's an open question. I don't have an easy answer to that. I think there's a few possibilities. None of
I have 4 trillion possibilities. I don't know.
Combination of those possibilities.
It rhymes with shmoney
One
shmalai.
is that it's just more continued post-pandemic bullwhips, right? Where we had surges in prices, and then prices came down, and inflation came down in goods, and then we had another surge in goods prices. It could just be oscillations. It could be that they'll mean revert down in light of those. It also could be that it's due to other international developments that are not tariffs, right? We've had increasing use of export controls in the high-tech sector, in critical mineral sectors. Those have existed for many years now, right? They didn't occur in April. They weren't invented.
Yeah, you go.
in
So
April
you
of
can't buy. You used to be able to buy
Those
silver
restrictions
straight
have
from
been
the
used for many years.
from the
China
mint.
implemented its law around.
You can still buy them at
rare
coin
earth,
shops,
rare
yeah.
Earth restrictions in 2016, right?
You know,
And
maybe it's a
even though
good
they
time to tell you
ramped up
silver makes a
implementation of that
wonderful
law in the
instrument.
last year, those laws are almost a decade old at this point.
That's been my
and then, of course,
primary
there were
use
many
for the
years of
last 3
increased
years.
tech restrictions prior to the introduction of tariffs. So, and the COVID experience as well, of not being able to source necessary medical equipment in the middle of a national health
A couple
emergency.
uranium plays
So
going
I
on.
think it's quite possible that there have been all these disruptions to international trade that have been going on for many years and are driving goods inflations higher. And I think it's an easy, facile, and lazy conclusion to blame all of that change on tariffs, when in fact there have been many changes to the international trading system. Tariffs are only one part of that. if that's the case, it's possible that goods inflation stays elevated for a longer period of time. And to be clear, I don't know that this is the case. I want to see more research on this. I want to see more studies on this. If it is the case that goods inflation stays higher for a longer period of time, then that's potentially a problem. However, it's not a problem that I'm too worried about from a monetary policy perspective, because I see so much disinflation coming from other parts of the index. When you look at market rents in the United States, they've been growing at a 1% rate for 2 years. Measures of all tenant rents have finally caught up to measures of new tenant rents. That means that there's going to be exceptional disinflationary pressure from shelter in the pipeline. Non-housing services are also going to revert down because they'll ultimately follow the labor market, and because certain peculiar categories, like the way portfolio management services are calculated, they basically just track the stock market, right? Which means that there's no reason to expect a enormous duplication of the outsized portfolio management service contribution to the inflation index again following years. So I see a lot of disinflation coming from services, both shelter and non-shelter, in the future. And so I don't know that it's the case.
More banks, dude. That's going to add some drama. And then LMT, Watch LHX, those are climbing.
I think it's
so again, you're starting. It's still a little bit lower, but you're going back and forth between industries
is that
with
if
that
I end up being
roto.
right about shelter,
Yeah, TAP hit $50 this morning.
Because of the stance of market
So
rates.
again, though,
And
a
I
good
think
reminder,
about
man.
goods
Just
prices and
you
say
guys,
tariffs are
even
the
all
other
last year,
prices
2
higher.
years, I've
And then
been
that
really
means that
stressing.
tariffs are a one-off.
You don't want to buy these names
Rates
when
that
they're
are
up.
really
I'm telling you, go look at the
down,
portfolio.
like
It's still
that.
posted
If I
on the
end up
channel.
being
You could
right
go to the
about shelter
videos
and wrong
on the
about
trading
goods,
fraternity. But
that
like,
means that we're gonna
don't
really
buy shit that
undershoot
we're up on.
inflation target.
I'm telling you. I know it sucks when
In
it
other words,
runs and you
two-sided
want to
inflation
wait till
risk
it's
around the
confirmed, but
inflation target
if
is
it's
bad
down,
on
I
a
like it.
forward-looking basis.
But if it's up and it's up
Is the
10%,
weak
you
dollar a
don't,
good or bad
you know,
thing?
no one's trying to pump on you. You
From a
know, you want to
central
go
bank
for good deals.
perspective, you know, I think stability in financial markets, stability in international financial markets, you know, is important, is the most important thing, and so that sort of transcends weak or strong.
Yeah, because I think it's almost
They
at
both,
book
weak and
value.
strong both have consequences for economic
At one
growth,
point, it was
inflation that we
50% of
take
book
into
value when we
account
bought it. Right now, it's at
monetary
0.9.
policy, you know, because they can affect growth, they can affect employment, they can affect prices. But I think overall stability of financial markets is something that is of more concern from a central banker's perspective than actually.
UAMI going up again. A couple of
weak or strong.
those mineral plays. Just no news.
We see that the non-banking financial sector is growing in importance. Do you think there's a need for regulation there, like crypto and other?
Yeah. So
Crypto.
So my perspective. So as you heard, I have a general view that less regulation is better for economic growth and leads to better
I
prices.
think that was music to the ears of this audience. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a general disposition in that direction. You may have gleaned. With respect to private credit markets, you know, I think a lot of the growth in that sector has been a form of regulatory arbitrage. Not all of it, but a lot of it has been a form of regulatory arbitrage, where we've over-regulated the banks so much. You know, look, arguably before the global financial crisis, the bank, you know, maybe there was not enough regulation. That's why we had the global financial crisis, potentially, or sorry, it contributed to it. But I think then we overreacted the other direction, and we implemented way too much regulation on the banking system, and that meant that it only really became profitable to make a lot of those loans outside of the banking system, because the balance sheet cost, the regulatory cost of making certain types of loans became too big, and so banks retreated from those markets, and private credit stepped in to fill that void. And in some ways, the growth of private credit, the growth of some private markets, has been a form of regulatory arbitrage, where it's not necessarily that it makes more sense from an economic relationship between borrower and lender to make a loan in this way, but it makes a lot of sense from a regulatory perspective. And my view is that regulatory arbitrage is bad, right? I think that markets make a lot of sense. I think that individual buyers and sellers know what's best for them. And if a borrower and a lender agree that it's best that this loan be made through a bank, great. If they agree that it's best made through a non-bank, great. But that reasoning shouldn't be because of regulations, right? The government should not be putting its thumb on the scale to tilt economic activity into one sector or one form of lending versus another, right? So my view is that a lot of the growth there has been as a result of overregulation in the banking sector, and I think that we've been making a lot of progress on peeling back some of the overregulation in the banking sector. Vice Chairwoman Bowman has been doing a marvelous job modernizing and right-sizing the banking regulatory apparatus, and I expect a lot more of that to continue in the future. So
Bitcoin's running up. I mean, he was just talking about it.
Is that a lot of the success of a lot of the retreat of banks and a lot of the private credit markets will return back towards whether it makes economic sense or not. And if it makes economic sense for this lending to happen in the non-bank sector, that's great. It's fantastic. And if it makes sense for it to happen in the banking sector, that's also great. That's fantastic. But it shouldn't be because of regulation.
There's been a lot of talk about the potential correction in the markets, AI bubble and all that. Are you concerned about any of this?
It's always a risk that there's corrections in financial markets, that there's moves in financial markets. I don't necessarily know that I have any edge in predicting the right valuation for AI stocks. If I yeah, exactly. If I did, I'd probably be doing something more lucrative than government work. I don't think it's an area that I really have a good edge in predicting. It's also one that I think it makes sense from a central bank's perspective to respond to after it happens than to try and act in advance. I think it requires a lot of hubris to know that to believe that we know better than financial markets where fair values on equity valuations are and on revenues and PE multiples. So I don't know that it's not one of the risks that keeps me up at night.
Now, some people are worried that the US dollar is going to lose its world standing, let's say. Are you concerned about that? Because we live in a very polarized world, and once the dollar is used in terms of sanctions, tariffs, and so on as a tool of policy, some people think that it might lose its credibility or its standing, let's say.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a story that's. As a journalist, that's a story that probably generates a lot of clicks, right? But I don't.
We get paid for that. So.
You get paid for it, but I don't think it's a story that has a lot of meat on the bones. I think that the use of the dollar internationally has been fantastic. I argued in a speech a few months ago that the introduction of stablecoins will actually reinforce the international role of the dollar by allowing people in jurisdictions where they don't have access to dollars, where they don't have access to dollar vehicles because they're behind capital controls, or because they don't have banking services. It will allow more international use of the dollar. That will only reinforce it. So I'm actually pretty optimistic on the international use of the dollar. I think there's been a lot more noise than there's been any actual movement on that subject, and I think at the end of the day, sort of capital follows economic growth. Economic growth creates investment opportunities, and I think that the best thing would be continued strong economic growth in the United States. That's in my forecast. I do expect continued strong economic growth in the United States. In part because of the shifts in regulation, in part because of AI, in part because of other economic developments, other economic policies, and that strong growth is going to ultimately suck in a lot of capital. So it's really something that I think has been more clicks and more doomerism and clickbait than actual meat on the bones there.
I want to come into an issue which is very hot right now in the US and around the world. A lot of people say that the standing of the dollar was derived by the institutional integrity in the US in terms of the Fed, its independence, in terms of statistics, how they're measured, and so on, and the rule of law kind of issues. So they claim that the standing of the dollar is going to be sort of demoted, let's say, because of changes in those institutions. What's your response to that?
Look, the logic follows if you believe the premise, but the premise is absurd. At the end of the day, the institutions in the United States are very, very strong, and what matters at the end of the day is whether policy is good or bad. And capital flows ultimately follow economic growth. They ultimately follow the returns on capital, and if the returns on capital continue to be good because the economic growth is good, because policy is good, because policy is the right settings, then that's not something that worries me at all. So I think again, it's a story of people, writing things for clicks, writing things for attention, rather than there actually being a real story there.
And when our fellow Greek American, whatever, Jamie Dimon says that the decision of the Fed and the prosecution of the Fed chair is going to affect inflation, do you buy that?
I don't really buy that. I think that inflation is very much headed in the right direction. I think that we've got 2 years of market rents in the U.S. growing at a 1% rate, which is well below the pre-pandemic rate. I think shelter inflation is headed to below pre-pandemic rates. I think that goods inflation is not going to go much higher. I think that non-shelter services are going to come down as well. And so unless unless these conditions somehow sort of make the real estate market way tighter, and people start bidding up apartment rents like crazy left and right, there's no way that inflation is going to actually move higher from that. Inflation's on the right trajectory. It's coming down. The mechanics of all the components are in the right place, and this other stuff is just noise.
Since we're in the clickbaiting domain, let me ask you about your response to a letter that was signed by 10 central bankers of major Western institutions, including the ECB head and so on, criticizing the chart, the investigation into the Fed's activities and so on. Your response?
I mean, look, I don't think it's appropriate for central bankers to get involved in non-monetary policy issues in their own country. And
bonds are climbing, and then banks too, regionals. High tickers starting to pick up though.
Doesn't worry you?
And then
that,
see if healthcare also gets a bid, and any more
rotations
rotations back, or watch what the Dow does when the Russell goes green, or if it goes green.
I believe in always advocating for what I think is the right policy, and that's what I always do in monetary policy. That's what I always do in my previous life when I was dealing with non-monetary policy issues. I always focus on trying to do what I think is the right thing, and
Oh, RevMed is running. We still haven't. I mean, again, maybe that'll be the. But they don't do obesity. Well, maybe that'll be the highlight there, the JPM.
26, and is that going to happen?
I mean, at current, that's what my projection for appropriate economic policy is, based on my conception
I do chilled out.
Things that have happened to the neutral rate. So, for example, last year 2 years ago, we had very, very strong population growth. Now we have very, very low population growth that lowers the neutral interest rate, as we have abundant cross-country evidence that occurs. It was only a decade ago,
I think the bonds are going to give you probably the bigger reaction. I think today's Supreme Court, even when, because like we're saying, we weren't really expecting much, even if it went through, or even if they blocked it. I think it might be a bond issue. I don't think equities are going to really care. Again, especially having to return the money, all that, and I think that's what it's kind of showing. But then again, the whole run it hot theme is also at play too.
Also be lower because of steps that are taken to expand the supply side, like cutting like the reduction in regulation. If you expand the supply side beyond demand, you create an output gap, and if there's an output gap, it's a reason to accommodate that by cutting interest rates. So the 150 basis points that are my projection for appropriate appropriate monetary policy for the year are a result of my analysis of the output gap.
FLNC taking some candles to the downside.
Of course, that projection will change as developments occur in policy that would affect the economy, as developments occur in economic data.
And TIVA on the upside. Again, you still have the conference going on.
Unemployment.
I think, again, you guys were just saying biotechs.
And in the September,
yeah, they've held up another great day. Biotechs and staples.
My projection for the end of this year was only 100 basis points, right, instead of the 150. I changed my projection.
More names down on the Dow though. 60 red on the Nazi.
And I have no doubt that I will.
And then 230 red on the SPY. A couple SPY names got better. Let's see the equal weight.
The next set of projections.
Last questions. How does the Greek story look from your vantage point?
All right, last question. I gotta go pee, bro.
Well, I focus on the U.S. economy predominantly. So why don't you tell me?
We're almost a boring country, and a success story we don't believe in. I mean, it's kind of a miracle. So
come on, you're a huge success story in terms of the
turnaround.
The growth in Greece seems to be very dynamic and very strong compared to other parts of the Eurozone, compared to other parts of the world. I would hardly call this a boring economy.
politically boring. We hope we're becoming politically boring, not economically boring. Anyway, thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, you know, when you're at the central bank.
Oh, they cut off the hot mic, bro. I'd like Marin. I mean, it sucks that, like, I don't know, bro. Have you ever, like, have you ever had, like, a sketchy friend? And now just because you hang around your sketchy friend, everybody thinks you're sketchy, but you're really not. So it's not like I think Donald Trump is the sketchiest, but that's what I feel bad for Maron, because I think he is, like, a pretty bright individual. And, like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Just when they're like, you fascist. If they were fascist, I'm pretty sure they would shoot y'all. You know what I'm saying? If that guy was really more of, like, a loyalist, I think he would be saying some way dumber shit. But I respect him. I think he's pretty smart. But then again, I respected Powell for, like, 6 to 7 years. And then, you know, like I said, until he starts insider trading, I like the guy. For now, I mean, he doesn't seem... You know, he's the one guy who's probably on the lower end of the dot plot, but he's not like, come on, bro. Come on. How did Goolsby do it? Y'all ate that shit up with Goolsby. Goolsby didn't even explain it to you. Inflation was at 9%. Everything was terrible. You were paying $20,000 a gallon for gas. And then all of a sudden, he was just like, Golden Path. And you were like, Golden Path? Golden Path. All right, Golden. And then that's it. He didn't even explain. At least he kind of explained to you why it would be uncredible to believe some of the tariff stuff, especially after a year of no inflation caused by everything they said would cause it. So I like the guy. I do, but until he betrays that trust, and I do think it sucks that he has the overshadowing shade of just, you know, everyone calls him the Trump loyalist just because, again, that was the first person they put in there. Given, I mean, again, you had 2 other Fed people going through fraud cases or whatever it was. Yeah, everybody bought the gold. Everyone loved the Golden Path without much explanation. You know, it was somewhat of a self-fulfilling prophecy. All right, man, we're chilling out. We're chilling out. You use Goolsby's book for your micro econ class? No way. That's kind of dope. I mean, I think Goolsby, he knows some stuff, but he definitely, like, I thought if you were saying Golden Path in 2023, I would have figured he would have been, you know, golden pathing away by now, but but nah, he said, okay, hold on. But yeah, either way, I think they all have their biases. Bostic's terrible. Bostic was, what's the one girl? The Kugler? Kugler was probably one of the worst, to be honest. That's why I think she resigned. And then they're trying to fire Lisa Cook, but I'm pretty sure he replaced Kugler. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Kugler was bad. Kugler was damn trading during blackouts and a lot of other things. So yeah, I guess, yeah, bias isn't bad. It's just how you use it. I mean, it's, you know, I think the whole idea, you got sample size of 18 Fed members. I mean, it should give you a balanced view, but then, you know, there is some heavy politicization, as we have seen. But I'm saying, you know, if you could explain it and it makes sense economically, I mean, that goes a long way. I mean, it used to, at least. Nowadays, again, people really get caught up on whatever side they like or not, but it's more or less, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like Moran, obviously Trump put him into play. Obviously he has, you know, you could argue he has some support for the current administration, but it doesn't sound that dumb. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like in a 2000s, in maybe a Janet Yellen or a Bernanke administration, I think people would probably respect him a little bit more. But, and then again, like I'm saying, comparing it to some of the other Fed actions and comments we've seen, it gets a little funny. Market's moving. All right, back to this is exactly what happened yesterday, you guys. Like, even straight down to the clock. Look at it. So, yeah, you had that random... Again, this is just going to be tech. I'm sure there'll be a headline. But actually, staples are holding up better. But now if you get staples up, biotechs, healthcare, China was doing good, but then all these other ones go up. A lot of space stocks are running up now. Space, a couple of the data center ones. IREN went green. I mean, gold did go higher. Was he even talking about gold? I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, IWM did go green. Like I said, watch what the NASDAQ does and then even the Dow, but you're getting this it's similar to yesterday, just not as big. And then yesterday you would need tech to get a bounce. But if you could double the staples and some of that other stuff, that could account for it. But we'll see. And then today you actually have the bonds up. Bonds are up a decent amount, you know, as we get to the run it hot theme, getting away from, you know, the bond market, kind of adding that pressure. Remember, Bessent, Trump, they don't like it down there. So that's a little bit better. And then, yeah, Bitcoin is going up. Bitcoin's going up last 2 days. I mean, silver, gold's still up as well, too. I think the dollar's actually down as well. So we will see. But it's still not, I mean, not as exciting. I mean, you had the potential for the tariff stuff. The Supreme Court did not make a ruling. And here we are, man. 2 hours in. Oh, I should have done a push-up during that. Now that I think about it. You got to move around, Chatadonia. Stand up. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. We've been here for 2.5 hours, 4.5 hours left to go on this lovely day. I hope your long-term is working. I was hunting, bro. I almost bought a long-term play, but, you know, I got low cash. You know, technically on the big account, it's 10% cash, but I think I'm gonna give it a little bit of time because I think it's right now you got some opportunity and value, and then if we miss out the value like dividend type beat, then I think you're going to get value in a couple of lagging growth names. So I still think we got potential out there, but I'm going to hold a little cash, even though my yield on that cash is not as high anymore. I can't, some people just really didn't appreciate, you were getting paid 6% to do nothing. You understand? But yeah, man, stand up, get the body moving, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Let's go. Come on, just move around. I'm gonna do like a lunge, and then I gotta do the thing. And I don't know. I don't think we're gonna do any more people for the challenge. Derek said it was a lot of people, but I don't know how many more. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what y'all do with it, man. I hope you do at the very least stay active. Otherwise, I mean, you're all getting older. You know that? Let me put it this way: you are older than when the market opened. You are 2 hours older today. I know. I hate to break it to you. CRISPR. Yeah, it started with push-ups, but honestly, just move your body. That's it. Rocket Lab, again, all these space stocks, like the big ones to the fucking Fox News ones. So yeah, bro. The tariff decision already came out. There was no decision, just like last time. So, good morning. Hi, welcome. But yeah, now you got to do a push-up. I mean, maybe if you just woke up, it's different, but some of us have been here for like 5 hours, 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Okay, 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 55 seconds, to be exact. Okay. Oh, 90s. And then bonds, bro, still going up. Oh, let me see if I could get you something to play in the background. You guys had some good questions on taxes. I was kind of ranting over Moran, if you heard. But either way, I do think your long term has a lot of benefits this year. I don't know if you guys saw the farm video, but remember, if you play it towards the plan, you could still use your losses for it. But if you really want to get ahead on taxes, you could make a trading company. That's the best advice I could give you.
I still think healthcare is really interesting in terms of a sector because it was so under-owned, and to see it kind of rally in the fourth quarter, it really showed that people were out of whack on that. The thing that's tricky with
gray
healthcare
hair
is
mean
the
wisdom,
regulatory
Habibi.
uncertainty
You
is
see
still
this?
Present.
You
We
see
don't
this
know
gray
if
hair?
suddenly the president's
You
gonna
know what
wake up
this
and
mean?
say, medical
This mean a
devices, you're
wisdom.
capped on prices
I
or
got
what
you,
have
dog.
you.
I got
And I think that's what makes it really challenging and a little bit nerve-wracking for a lot of investors. I think there are names you can own that don't have that kind of pressure, but it's a sector that I think is really interesting to me, just given the price performance that we've seen.
Julie, it's been a while since we've had a correction in this market. What could be the thing that topples equities from all-time highs?
I think that people need there to be a certain amount of confidence that this AI theme has durability, that we're going to move to a place from just, blind capital spending towards good returns, good economic models. It's not totally clear to me that we're seeing that yet. Last year was really supposed to be the year of agentic AI, and it really feels like that was a pretty disappointing outcome. Enterprise still doesn't 100% know how to integrate AI into its businesses. So I think this is the year where people really want to see that. And beyond that, I think what's really important is just the health of the labor markets. That's, to me, the linchpin, is if we really start to see major deterioration there, that's what's really going to spook people.
Yeah, well, how much do you think the AI adoption has really started to show up in the labor market? I mean, it's a low hire environment, so that part of it is certainly there, but we're not seeing a huge pickup in firings.
Yeah, exactly. I think that while we see firings maintaining themselves to be it's just a very static labor market. And I think that there are parts of the market that are being impacted by artificial intelligence. I think that's kind of in the software development. I think we've probably hired our last translator that we're ever going to hire, right? So there are pockets where it is having a direct impact, but I think what's actually been more profound to labor markets is we really overhired. We're coming out of the pandemic. Labor markets were so tight and people really grabbed as many people as they could, almost like they were NVIDIA chips, And now I think people are starting to recognize that they can do a little bit more with less, and that's a very nice, easy way to kind of protect margins for themselves. So I think we're going to see a little bit of hiving off in terms of layoffs, nothing really major, but I do think that it's more of a reflection of how much we hired historically rather than AI productivity gains, because I don't think they're quite here yet. They will be, but I don't think they're quite here yet.
Julie, it seems like traders are expecting that the Fed will hold interest rates at its meeting later this month, but the data leaves the door open for further cuts later this year. How much does the path for interest rates affect your outlook for equities?
Not a ton, right? Because I don't think that we're probably on the order of anything more than
the only
2
downside
rate cuts for this year. I think that we're
doing
probably relatively
a trading
close to a neutral
LLC
rate given where inflation
is that you have to pay to upkeep it.
And I think that the challenge that we see is
you got to file, pay the yearly fee and all that. So you have to just make sure it's worth it. If you're gonna, California, it's like what, $700 a year cheap at cheapest. So that's something you got to think about. But yeah, if you do set up a company, you're gonna get a lot better benefits, and then if you do end up making a lot of money, you will be much more prepared to handle that tax liability. But like I always tell you guys, the best thing to do with taxes, if you're really concerned with it, start calling tax people and asking, yo, Abivi dumping. Are they buying somebody or what? Hey, yo, be on the lookout for a biotech going up. Yeah, I don't know who it could be. But yeah, literally, Abivi, it's like 0.5%, but look pretty aggressive there. But kind of random. And then again, you still got the conference going on. Maintains long-term guidance. Oh, okay, you're good. You're good. It still could follow through, but that was looking like they're about to buy somebody. And then TSSI and Dell partnership speculation. Tissy. And then FDVV. What is that? Fidelity High Dividend ETF. I'm not the biggest fan of these. And I don't know, you've had the last couple years to kind of see, this one's actually done very good. So you could go and look into it. And then, I don't know, there's a new wave going around. Damn, this only pays 2.8. So that's kind of good because the stock has only gone straight up, which usually these high dividend ETFs do not go straight up. So it makes sense why it's yielding less than cash, because you got to get benefit off of the growth. But here's what I would tell you. If you want to buy something like this is a trend. You guys want me to tell you the next trend that's coming up? It's a trend that I've always told you. but people are starting to get really excited on it. They're just direct investing into the ETFs. So instead of buying an ETF, go find what the ETF owns, and you could just go buy it yourself and then replicate the exact ETF and save 2%, 1% a year. But if you really are going to hold it for a decent amount of time, or if you're using large amounts of money, like if you're using 50, 60, 100K, anything more, you're going to save a very substantial amount of money. So that's what I'm saying. Like the way we build our portfolio, we keep it smaller. It's not as diversified as copying a whole ETF, but yeah, you could copy it if you really, really want. So like I'm saying, most of these high dividend ETFs, I stay far away from them because they're dog shit. Like go look at any of the high yield ones and all of that other shit, man, and you'll see it. The charts don't go up, but this one is, and it makes sense. It's yielding less than cash. That's why, like I've always told you the rule. If it offers a high yield, it's probably going to come at the cost of equity. And then if it offers a low yield, it's probably going to come at a cheaper. It's going to mean a lower yield. You have a little bit more safety. I know I don't really like any of those. I think Jeppy at during a crash is fine. But again, like I'm saying, the real trend that people are moving towards now is just replicating these yourself. That you could go a very, very long way in doing that. That's JepQ. So yeah, and then I remember, you don't remember when everybody was going ape shit over Jeppy? So again, that one paid you a lot of money, but then again, it's pretty much flat after 5 years, slightly up. I think you're way better off going a la carte, picking a couple out. You could, or just directly copy it and then remove the dog shit ones and you'll be fine. How can you replicate it? I mean, if you want to, I'd see that's the next thing. I wouldn't necessarily replicate a covered call ETF, but what's that one he just said? FDVV. Like you could replicate this one pretty easy. Yeah, yield maxing. This was. Wait a minute. Yield max. Ah! That's crazy, bro. If there was yield max before look max. Oh my gosh. It's all starting to make sense. I told you I'm bald maxing, dog. I look forward to it. Like, what do they do? They think they do thumb pulls. I do hair pulls. So every day I pull out a couple of hairs. Make sure that we're getting closer to the goal. And I shape it. I shape the baldness. Y'all don't feel me. Wisdom maxing by Wisdom Tree. Pay us 5% and you could copy it for free. What? Why would I pay you? Because. Okay, we're going to get the White House up. We haven't heard anything on critical minerals. I'm a little disappointed in that. Tell me why. 8:30. I hope you moved around a little bit. Oh yeah, JD Vance and Marco Rubio meet Danish officials. That was supposed to start a while ago, but I think they're all walking into the buildings now. So we might get that soon. That's what I'm saying. So I said LAR and a couple of other are pretty active, so we'll find out. Heinz under 20 could be a good one. A lot of the food, anything food related, from eggs to ketchup to cereal, a lot of them are near 52-week lows, and they offer decent dividends. So you got to really look into them. That's why I do like the ones of higher quality. I personally would probably take a Kimberly-Clark above that. MindMed psychedelics rumor. President Trump is considering reclassifying psychedelics as less harmful. Damn, he really trying to get them votes then for midterms. But I remember didn't they say something about the Department of War doing that earlier? Well, that trend kind of fell off, and I don't want to hear it from fucking ayahuasca dude. You don't remember? He's still asleep, dog. He fucking ate it way too early. He had looked at his username all day for his whole life. I think he had that account for 12 years. I said, add the numbers up. How have you never added your own numbers? You know what I'm saying? I damn know you got username numbers. I know you've added them up. How have you not? I was shocked. On H bar? Why does that sound familiar? Oh, isn't that like a fucking shitty crypto? That sounds very familiar, but it's not a stock. Well, see, for now, though, I think critical minerals, space, those are the ones that we have rumor-wise. Or what was the rumor? Fucking Intel and Apple. I don't know what roller is. That was moving up from the morning, doing the little halt dance. I'd rather get Apple, rumor. Is Trump meeting with Maduro tomorrow? I don't know. He might, but is it really like a meeting if we have him in prison? I don't know what we call that. Isn't that like, he said, hey, sir, stay across the table. Hands where I can see him. What? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But I think we do need to talk with the rest of the people managing Venezuela right now, which ironically enough is Maduro's regime. Like, I don't know if people realize that, because there was a lady, you know, the lady who won the Nobel Peace Prize, she was Venezuelan. And a lot of people thought Trump would try to put her in play, but no. So, like, that's why, Tegna, 1.4. Oh, are we going to get a popper or not? You want me to leave it for you? Oh, these are cheap. Okay, there's one left. I'll leave it for you. I'll go ahead. That's for you real time. God bless you. But it didn't hit 3, so it might be a dud. That first one hit, though. All right, someone took the other one. All the cheap asks are gone. Yeah, 1.6 Tegna. It's biotech, so tie that into everything with the JP Morgan. Denmark defense minister, unlikely a NATO nation would attack another country. They see me roller, they halting, patrolling, try to get me buying dirty. With Kimberly and lawsuits could be a big deal. It could be, 100%. That's the thing about it. It's one about the price, how they're paying for the deal. Because again, the Kimberly-Clark-Kenvue deal is like shares plus cash. They're like taking on debt, and then they're also selling off a portion of like, or 51%, I think, of their international, certain select international segments. So that's part of it. But then if you buy a company, like especially that makes a bunch of health products, you're technically importing all of that liability. So and then especially with all the drama, all these staples, bro, Colgate, CL, Hershey's, a lot of these just ripped right now. Even fucking Kraft. Go look at the high ticker. It's even though SPY's coming back down, again, just how we had that rally, even KDP on the high. A lot of values are still melting away. It's a little stronger than yesterday. But yeah, you can, if back to Kimberly-Clark, it is importing liability because they're going to be the owner of it now. So that is some of the risk. But Kenvue has a pretty crazy portfolio. I think most of you know those brands as well. Beto even. Bitcoin's doing great though still. That's still on the high ticker. Tegna, that didn't have any follow through. That first contract went good though. If you grab the one near the money, that tripled up. But the one that stayed at 5, you only doubled up. Oh, good luck, man. But no news on that yet. I could check. FCC chair lifting local TV cap, allowing Nexstar. Oh, be careful. Is Tegna getting bought out? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, but I don't see anything. Bro, in bonds, value, J&J. You like Medline? Branded bandages, surgical tubing. Do you, oh, you just went to the ER? I was gonna say, do you work in the ER? Because usually the medical products, it's a lot of people who work in medicine. They're the ones who, like, know the products being used, which I thought was interesting. You guys told me Kimberly Clark makes, what was it called? Med wipes? Or Kim wipes? Y'all said Kim wipes. I swear, I thought it was. I was like, damn, when did Kim Kardashian get into baby wipes? That's amazing. Kind of nasty, but apparently it's for telescopes or microscopes. Oh, Mr. Hananalan. Woo! Horna. Good morning. Look at that. 5 new memberships on our road to Chad socialism. Get your secured card today. Thank you, my friend. Good day. Good day. Good day in the neighborhood. Sermo, again, it's starting. They said stand by for more live, but we are going to get Marco Rubio, JD Vance. It's supposed to be like an hour or two ago. But you know, that'll be related to all those mineral things. Or again, Greenland, anything tied into Greenland, that might start moving. In the meantime, though, all of these staples are really, really going in. Constellation, Dominion, Energy. Oil's not even doing too hot. Unity on the low, and then Cities fly. Again, banks are the real big drag, just like yesterday. But you just didn't have as many banks down. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Boeing on the low. Intel. You said that Intel rumor came from Trump the interview praising his invest. That was yesterday? I swear that was on that beginning of the week or last week. But yeah, I mean, that rumor has been going around for a while, but both companies haven't said much. I mean, I do think earnings is going to be big, but then again, the way a lot of things have delayed with them, just like, if we get an update from the SEC, I think that'll be it. You work for Cardinal, you'll say Medline's been taking a lot of business from you lately. Medline has been getting contracts from our customers underbidding. I didn't know Cardinal sells medical supplies? I thought Cardinal was like hospitals and healthcare stuff. I didn't know it was medical supplies or devices. Interesting. Kraft Heinz. Tegna's still going. I think that one hit. Yep. Well, GG's. The ones near the money really hit. You got 300% on that. The other ones only went up 100%. But the bid, no move. Market, just like yesterday. I mean, not really much. I would argue some of the banks and tech lagging while some of the money is going to staples. It's a weird remix of yesterday. It's starting to look a little different. And then yesterday, that little bounce lasted longer because you had tech, but we're waiting on a couple things. We'll even get a couple of White House opportunities today. So we'll see where it leads us. Wow, long term for 3 years. You're going to sell for a down payment on an FHA condo in SoCal. Nice. I like it, man. Just be wise. Be wise. Don't overpay. Do not, just like, you know how you get emotional with the long term sometimes and you want to buy something and people get excited. That's why they don't listen to me sometimes and buy it when it's high instead of when it's low. Just don't do that with a house, and you're gonna love it. And then make sure if it's a condo, I'll give you a nice little warning here. If it's a condo, make sure the building is not too old. And then make sure you really look into, if it is an older building, you got to really look into make sure if that building, make sure it hasn't had any major problems or needs any major repairs. Because you guys remember when I showed you that one building in San Diego? There was this condo in San Diego. It wasn't in the best area of downtown, but it had a really nice view. There was a really nice unit, and the building had like a big issue with it. And then it pretty much made it where the HOA skyrocketed because you had to pay for it, and the value, the equity of those condos plummeted. And then again, that's happening now in Miami, and a lot of these places and cities with high condo volume. The older buildings, if they run into issues, you could get hit with like special assessments and shit like that. So as long as just make sure if it's a condo, I'm not really against condos, but you can't, the newer the better, the older you got to really do your due diligence on there, because you'll get a good deal sometimes. And again, I mean, I saw that condo was like in San Diego, there was like $1 million condo, and they were trying to sell it for like $400,000, I think. And then there was one even in Miami. It was like $700,000-800,000. They can't even sell it at $200,000. So, yeah, man, be wise. But I like the idea, man. That's it. You got to jump through some hurdles, and if you do it the right way, you're gonna make sure it's good. Yeah, renovation's a thing too, because it's harder to renovate a condo. Condos are smaller, but it's a different set of work, and then you do have to deal with the HOA. As a new home buyer, is there a reason to not go with FHA? Just the mortgage insurance. You just got to pay a little bit more monthly payment and fees. Oh. All right, bro, you sold off here now. You're going lower. It's not really anything except tech, and then a couple more eats. The industries doing good are really pulling away to the high, but then the ones that are doing that were like middle of the ground, they're kind of giving it back up. So yeah, equal weight's gone back to break even. I think tech is still drilling. There's a couple of these small caps. I mean, Tesla, that wasn't holding up at all. UK withdraws personnel from military bases in Qatar. Didn't we get the U.S. doing that earlier? Yeah, oil's starting to take candles. I mean, you haven't really heard geopolitical stuff right now. Kimberly Clark kind of taking a stick, a baby one. No, I just looked out. I had a small chart. Why is HOA a thing? You say it till you want one. Most of the time HOAs are dumb, but I've also seen neighborhoods where you're like, what the fuck? I wish there was a HOA. So it's just usually, I mean, every condo has a HOA, because if it's a condo in a building, I mean, think about it. Everybody owns the units, but you have to maintain everything else. What about the plumbing throughout the building? The elevators, all those things are like public in the amenities. Everybody's pretty much pitching in for all of that stuff. But like in neighborhoods, it's just more about, either some people do it to protect property value. But yeah, it's kind of a necessary evil. I'm not a fan of them. And most people don't know. I hate the common practice. This is what's going to piss most of you off. This happens a lot in California. A lot of the HOAs are ran by people who don't even live in the unit or live in the neighborhood. You guys know that? So there a lot of HOAs will outsource their HOA management. So it blew my mind. I have a couple of properties where they're like that. They have HOAs, and I went to the HOA meetings, and they were ran by people who don't even live there. It's literally companies in like Orange County and random ass places that are managing all of the operations. Adobe, I think it's an interesting one. That's why I feel like if we miss out on value and dividends, like I think names like Adobe and some of the lagging growth ones, they could be a good one. I think this is going to be either like a midterm play. It could be a potential long term, but this is going to be one of those crash and burns recoveries, but that could take a couple months or that could take another year and a half. It all just really depends. But I mean, it's a big hyperscaler with they got a lot of they have very good revenue, very good margins. I mean, there's a lot of good things about Adobe, but also too they have a lot of risk with the AI stuff and everything else going on. But I think that I think it's the worst growth name so far year to date. Yeah, my Netflix price is $20. Woo! Okay. Yeah, it's like, dude, I don't know what it is, even in New York. You guys know that? You could buy a condo on Fifth Ave for like $100,000. On like literally right next to Central Park or in some of the nicest areas in New York. You could buy a condo for $100,000. The downside is the HOA is like anywhere from like $3,000 to $9,000 a month. It's actually wicked, bro. So yeah, that's welcome to the condo game. But we'll see, though. I don't know if you guys realize, like, that's, again, the run it hot theme, the tax breaks. It's not even summer yet, so we'll see how the next couple months play out. But the initial real estate data is looking pretty promising. There's been a lot of properties are starting to move here, but, you know, we'll see. I don't think you're ever going to see a 2020 where, you know, prices go up 20% a year. But then again, that 70 cycle, you might get half of that on a really, really good year, but we will find out. Yeah, man. Sermo woke up. Spot and Netflix have the same daily chart. Credit Josh Brown, downtown Josh Brown. Condo charged assessment to improve balconies. People without balconies still have to pay. I know. I want for the farm. We're trying to get. That's why I got real excited about the HOA. They were trying to get roads paved because we still got some dirt roads out there. But then like half of the neighbors don't want a dirt road. You know that? These people with like horses and shit. They're like, I moved out here exactly to get away from people. I don't want a road. So yeah. Unfortunately, I just went that. But if they get a road, it skyrockets value. San Diego 1 to 2K HOA. It just depends where you live. Like if you live in Pacific Gate, that one's an expensive one. But they give you a boat and a driver. But I think a lot of HOAs, like a normal condo, it's like $200 to $300 a month. It all depends on how old. You know, really, the amenities is one part, but then also how old it is. I think there's another one, Sava or whatever. Theirs is like 1.3K a month. Shermont. Trude. Tessie going low. Do you guys know how that's going to work? The whole FSD is a software now? Because what if you already bought the FSD? What's this? Abivi executive to launch short-acting Botox in second half of 2026? What? What's that mean? Is it like Botox Light? It's amazing. And then Taiwanese officials head to Washington to advance trade pact. People familiar with the matter. You're grandfathered in. Well, Botox, short-acting Botox. You know, Abivi, that's why we bought Abivi. I bought it because the Botox, man. They were like, Josh, Humira is going to crash it. But I said, do you understand the Botox? Humira's a cash cow, though. And then they still ended up making a fuck ton of money, even after the patent expired. I mean, HOAs, it's for the it all depends on the area and the type of building, but I mean, they got cheap ones. Yeah, avoid pools and shit like that will go a long way. Let me see. San Diego. I don't know. Airbnb, it was running earlier all year, kind of. But I don't know what's up with it today. Oh, didn't they say something about travel? I know we talked about that a little earlier, but... Let's see. Ash Street. Pfft. El Cortez is $1,200 a month now? That's crazy. That's an old ass, yeah, again, older building. $460 a month downtown, down the street. So literally, like San Diego, you could literally go one unit down, and then it'll be $1,200 a month. The next unit, different building, either newer or older, it'll be $400 to $1,000. Yeah, there is a couple of $1,000 ones that aren't like nice buildings. That's the depreciation right there. And that's why, again, condos, like, they don't hold the same value. There was a time, like, when everybody was getting excited, the condos would, like, rip. But, yeah, that was the thing that kind of holds them back. Yeah, 800, 1,000. Yeah. Oh, where's that one? So yeah, a newer building. What? Oh, that they can't sell these though. The one by Bosa, it completes in 2027. That's a brand new building with 1,100. But that's the makers of the Pacific Gate one. But still, that's fucked up. Yeah, $650 a month on an old building. It all just depends. But yeah, they are a little bit higher there. I think if you go out to... What about Mission Valley? Because there's some old-ass condos there. Yeah, Mission Valley, you get a townhouse for $360 a month HOA. $470. It seems like downtown is commanding higher HOAs. $630. $250. Habibi. 504. It's the 504, boys. What? $237. So yeah, outside of downtown in San Diego, those are the cheaper ones. You want to live downtown, you got to really pick your building, but those are up a lot. You be grandfathered in FSD? Nice. Have you guys heard about the Toyotas? That one's just sad. So apparently, like, Toyotas, like the new Toyota Camry, it's like another, like, $100 to $200 or something in like subscriptions if you want it to have the same features as when you bought it. People are really doing that. You guys don't remember when people were tripping out about these car subscriptions? But yeah, even our beloved Toyota has done that. Pfizer's climbing up a little bit. They keep coming down. Now listed at 380. We'll find out why. You know what I'm saying? You could always put in a low ball offer, but that's what I'm saying. If it is a condo and everything going on with it, like really, really find out why. Because you're like, I'm getting a great deal, but if that deal comes with one of those special assessments, it's not going to be good. Yeah, no, so yeah, if you want Toyota Premium Drive Connect and streaming like your Apple Play, I'm pretty sure, and Amazon Music is $25 a month. Your navigation is $15 a month. Unlimited integrated streaming for music, $15 a month. And yeah, so they put them on the car. You'll buy a new Camry and it comes up for free. But then, like, a year later, they're like, would you like to continue? Yeah, BMW tried to do the heated seats. That was funny. That's so weird, bro. You got your girl a Kia K4 and you have to pay to use the garage opener? I'm not gonna lie to you though, bro. I'm just too dumb to figure it out. You know that? I've had a lot of cars with the little like built-in garage opener. I've never set it up once in my life. Have you done that? Do any of you do that? Do you got the whole like default, like, you know, you got the garage opener thing in your car and you've set it up to your garage? I've never done that in my life. I don't know how to do it, bro. That's why I feel like I've only seen people in movies do it. I feel like I've met one person in real life have that. Yeah, I've never, Homelink, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, I've never done that, man. But then again, that's how I drove through a fucking garage with my car though. Because I just keep the remote and I put it in the cup holder. Remember, I did that. I did that right before the break. I was gonna see the guys at the farm, and then I opened up the garage, and then, bro, I had the garage opener in my hand, and I put it down, and I accidentally hit it, and the garage started coming down, and I fucking just rammed through the garage door in the G-Wagon. Oh, dude, it sucks, because I'm like, it barely hurt the G-Wagon. He got a little bump, but, dude, I fucked that garage door up. And I was like, man, it was such a shitty day. I was already late. I had shit to do. I was like, man, we got to head out to the farm. And I'm just, yeah, bro, I just fucking ramming. I've never done that in my life. Yeah, but it was a good learning experience. Now I hesitate like crazy. Bro, I hit the garage opener. I look both ways. I stop for a second. I like set it down calmly to the side. And that's it. Embarrassing? No, not at all. I'm getting older, brother. I'm older. I'm Egyptian. I already lost half of my hair. That word embarrassing has no, I don't know. Dog, shit, bro. I will fart at the gym. I don't think you understand. I don't try to bother people, but, you know, you gotta go, you gotta go. My mom said it's natural. You know that? So don't be scared. But then I told you, I guarded homeboy. He smelled like baby powder. He smelled like diapers. It was odd. But that's another topic. The auto stop. I know, I hate that. You know that's no longer mandated anymore. He probably used talc. Oh, maybe. Because I was like, it smells so unique. I've smelt this before. And I was like, somebody took a shit on the court. What time is it? 9:09. Still early, bro. What a weird remix of the other day. But even then, from the morning, we weren't expecting too much, but you continued this downside. All of those mineral plays, though. You even got the UUUs up. LAR keeps going. Sermal woke up. And then again, a couple of the biotechs and even clouds. And then a couple of tech. Let's get another checkup. Show me what you're working with. Save it fast. Hold it long. Save it fast. Dow Jones, 18 red, 12 in the green. That got a little worse again. SPY, NASDAQ, 39 green, 63 in the red. And then S&P 500, 278 green, 221 in the red. When I share the Robinhood, do you want to see the total? I would like to see all of it, but you might want to hold off on that. Because, I mean, you were telling me earlier it was $8,000. So, I don't know how long you've had it for. But if you have $400 a month, that'd be like, what, $800 a month to get $8,000 in a year, give or take, I think. So, are you gambling with $80 a month? And I'm asking you because after you told me to look at the portfolio, 22 names, you proceeded to engage in QQQ puts. So that's what I'm saying. There's no point of going over it if it's gonna, if we're not gonna really have a disciplined plan with it, essentially. At that point, you just take whatever long-term info you could get, take whatever info you could get from here. But, most of the time, if you can't stick to a nice organized balance, you might fall victim of the, of the whole trading thing. I'm on a whole different level of letting yourself go. No, I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm doing very well financially. My spirit is at all-time highs. I don't value the opinions of humans. You know that? So you could go put your mascara on and go take care of yourself. But, I got my deodorant. I got my good smelling cologne. I got my bald maxing, but I don't subscribe to these ideas of humans. I encourage you, you be free, brother. You be free. But you'll get there one day. You'll get there one day. They don't know. Yeah, they don't know. Mystical. Save it fast. Hold it long. I know you heard about the long term before. Right now is the place to be. Bow, bow. Some backyard Peterbilt into a garage door. Ooh, you got like a big ass truck, like you got a dump truck? I mean that respectfully, but like literally. So yeah, man, that's crazy. Mine wasn't that bad to fix, to be honest, but it was still quite bad. What is Monday? I don't know Monday. I know what it is, but not really off top of my head. I'd have to look more into it. Do you use it? I think we've done this before, and I remember I'm like, oh, they sell it's packaged software. Yeah. Cloud-based operating of modular building blocks, organization. Yeah, so I don't use it. Is it cybersecurity? You get on that HIMS? No. I don't like HIMS. And then even then, I mean, I did it when I was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I did fucking finasteride and minoxidil before everybody. It's called Rogaine, motherfuckers. You know that? You used to make fun of people for having Rogaine. I even had. Do you guys even know the history of Hims? You know, the history of Hims is just dick pills, right? That's how they did it back in the day. Because back in the day, you would go to Mexico to buy Viagra, and then it was kind of like the look maxing of the day, but it was like dick maxing. And then people would start using Viagra, and it was really weird. And then it affected like the 20 to 30-year-olds. They started using Viagra, and then all of a sudden, they were like, shit, how do I get Viagra? And then out comes Hims, and then Hims started selling dick pills discreetly on a monthly subscription. They would pair you up with the teledoc and be like, does your dick not work? And then you'd be like, yeah. And they'd be like, do you feel like you have performance anxiety? Like, yeah. And they're like, okay, here you go. And then they give you discreet package, discreet shipping, and then they would ship you dick pills every quarter. And then that is how Hims began. And then they're like, wait a minute, we should start giving them hair loss. And then they started repackaging Rogaine. But here, long story short, are you guys ready? Apparently, I've heard a couple of people say finasteride and minoxidil is like one of the worst possible things you could do to yourself. So I've done it. I did it for like years back in the day, and I just remember once you stop, it all goes away. But what is it? Is it like finasteride heart or something? Go look it up. You know, we've talked about Ozempic face and all that, but yeah, people have talked about it. Yeah, and Monday.com I've never used. So unfortunately, what was the other one? Like TTD. TTD looks like a value name. I mean, Monday might be, but like I've just never done it. So if some of these names that I don't use, usually if you know about it, you feel free to add it to your long term and, you know, go through the value assessment, use some of the principles I've showed you. But, you know, a lot of the times the ones that you don't really know about, those are the ones that do the worst. So yeah. So I think the last one Fiserv I've encountered, but I don't use it at any of my companies. I mean, it's actually a big day. It's just all tech. It's very concentrated. So it's exciting in some of the other areas, but we just had a series of possible events. The main events have been delayed so far, or I guess they could have been earlier. And then the first big event with the tariffs, yeah, that hasn't been there. And then now Apple's going lower. You're down 1.5 on the NASDAQ, but then meanwhile, the Russell is still running up. That's what you're on? I think you either go bald or you fucking just go get the surgery and just call it a day. Because once you stop using your fucking drugs, it just doesn't work. It's so bad. I'm telling you, because it works when it works, but then, yeah, you gotta make a decision, young man. 25% of the SPY hitting a new 4-week high. I think the Russell is fascinating, dude. That's the crazy part. USO being oil's going up now. Watch out if we get any of the. I mean, you heard stuff with the Qatar earlier. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude. You guys just got to research the things that you do for your body and do whatever you're comfortable with. Because, like, low-key, they going to start telling you to take meth. So, you know, you got to come to these conclusions on your own. You know, don't let me get in the way. That's why I say I'm going bald. That's what I decided. Because, like, I don't want to get cosmetic surgery. So I just said, you know what? I'll just go bald little by little. And, you know, thankfully, I still feeling good about life. So you got to decide. But the world is changing. I think they said the look maxing. Do you know what they're comparing look maxing for men to? So you guys know how, like, you remember how, like, girls will watch, like, magazines, and then the magazines, and then the models, and then the fashion, and then girls started competing with each other to look good, and then makeup industry, and then makeup industry led to Botox and lip fillers. They're saying that's for men now. That's what the men are doing. And so, but that's why I say I choose not to participate. I don't think I don't feel the same pressure. If I was young, I don't know. If I was like still in high school and college, but then like I also do believe it's all cap. Like I don't know. I've had different life experiences, I guess. Campbell's, we talked about it yesterday. It's again, I think one thing you could pick up on with all of them is all these food plays are down. Like anything making food products, from cereal to eggs to Campbell's soup. I was just looking at it. Like I think like 70% of the 52-week lows are related to food. So a lot of them are down. It's just some of them are lower quality. But you got to figure out which ones that you want, and then which ones are highest quality. But I don't use Campbell's as much. Somebody was saying they have like what? Don't they have the pasta sauce? And then they also have V8 beyond just the soup. That's why I said like the product that is like a value dividend that I like the most right now. It doesn't do the food stuff. And I just know about toilet paper, Kleenex. I mean, shit, even Benadryl because of Kenvue and shit like that. So, yeah. Oracle sued by bondholders, said they suffered loss because it failed to disclose they needed to sell significant additional debt to build AI infrastructure. Oil's still climbing up here, too. Oracle, move on that. Oracle. I think all travel plays are down. Hilton and Marriott, not as much, but Airbnb and then, oh, dude, duh, airline earnings. I think that's what it is. Very weird setup. You don't support Adderall? No. You know, we would get high on Adderall to study in college. That was a long time ago. But have you ever tried to get off Adderall? That's the, you know, and I don't know what the sleep and eating schedule is, but yeah, Adderall is meth. So be careful. But to each his own. I think it was just, there was do they still do that? Because like back in the day, they used to just prescribe everybody Adderall, like kids. So, but yeah, I mean, there was a time where people like, it's a pretty nasty thing to stop. You know, at least the hair shit, you lose it again. But yeah, so be careful. Well, what wasn't it a Netflix documentary? They had a Netflix documentary on it, and they were talking about how it, all it did was make people confident. That's it. It didn't really do anything. California probes XAI over sexual AI images. Hot dog. Yeah, I don't know if it's as popular. Like, again, like 10, 15 years ago, it was like really popular in the school study space, but I haven't really heard people do it as much anymore. So I think the most people I've encountered with Adderall are people who were like prescribed it when they were young. And then they'd be like, I've been taking it for 10, 15 years. I'm like, oh, that's a long time. popular. It's popular at your school. I mean, I think America. I just buy biotechs, you guys. Once you learn this game, that's why I said, man, you get a good, established drug dealer in the portfolio, and then you call it a day, man. Get that dividend, get a little growth. That's why I like Botox. That was my drug dealer of choice at the time. I mean, Pfizer too, but that was government-forced drug dealing. Who was it? Was it Perrigo? Who makes Adderall? I think it is Perrigo. Or was that Tegna? I think Tegna. We just saw that one move. Or is it TG? Yeah, I think it is Tegna. Teva. Thank you. No, it was Teva. You're right. Teva. Remember, there was a shortage during the pandemic. What do you mean a shortage? Hot dog. Nah, it wasn't because of Sam Bankman. Dog, Sam Bankman was doing the weirdest drugs out there. I've still never met anybody, and I've met a lot of people doing some weird shit, bro. You know that? I have never seen, but Sam Bankman was a weird-ass kid, dude. I still have not seen that. My take on Mag 7 is we still, it's kind of second, third order of run everything hot trade, but I just think it's hangover from last year. I don't think it's dead just yet. It could be waiting on earnings. That's something we talked about, that a lot of people, it's kind of hard to realize, but I believe like 50-60% of the moves last year were earnings. And that, after how much they've went and how much they've held up, that could be the reason why they're holding. Yeah, Dexcom is really cool, dude. Did I tell you guys when I think I did. I talked to somebody I met a guy who worked at Dexcom, and I even asked him. I was like, I was looking at the price of Dexcom compared to NVO, and I was asking him, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, how does like the whole GLP-1s affect you guys? And he said, not at all, because like Dexcom is for people with like real diabetes, not the people using it for certain treatments. And even like, again, Ozempic is different, and they have like blood sugar monitors that like some people fall asleep and like their blood sugar will kind of move around during sleep, and Dexcom provides like crazy technologies to like, it could really save people. So yeah, it's you should look into it. I mean, especially since they got clapped at the like inception of all the GLP-1s, but like they're not, there's type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and the treatments, and then what, depending on where you're at with it, it's very different. I always thought that like, a lot of people on Wall Street, they were saying, oh, NVO, GLP is going to kill them all, but nah, like the Dexcom it's actually very necessary for some people. So it's kind of nuts. All right, Chad. 9:30. We got to do push-ups. I got to go pee, but we could do a push-up. Actually, I was going to say you could do a push-up and pee, but
by Air Force One. I was struck by what he said to Tony DeCoppel, the new
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Please stand up in the meantime.
That interview when the
move around, baby.
Inflation numbers.
Take care of yourself, baby
Tony
boy.
tried to interject there, but the grocery numbers weren't good. The president really tried to push back that as he instructed Tony DeCoppel on sort of what it takes in his estimation to be a good network news anchor. Look, the numbers don't tell the whole story. The president's not looking at all of them, and therein lies the struggle. The grocery numbers here are key to so many Americans. And I think that's the problem this White House faces, is it's difficult to massage those numbers if it's doing so in the face of everyone's lived experience as they see prices go up.
It was an interesting speech indeed. And of course, Jay Powell was still fresh in the news after having just learned about the DOJ criminal investigation into the Fed chair. The president is not mincing words still at this point, even though he says he was just as surprised as you were, David, to hear about all of this. Listen to the language he used to describe the outgoing, I guess we can call him, Fed chairman. Here he is yesterday in Detroit.
Just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon.
I don't think that was in the script. He of course made that speech after touring a Ford plant. David Gora, we actually brought some live pictures. He was taking selfies with workers. It's good optics, right? He's there with Bill Ford and Farley. They're walking around looking at the plant, and a lot of people are smiling. But then he's captured on camera a few moments later, flipping the bird at a worker who yelled an expletive at him, and you could see the expletive the president returned as well by reading his lips on the camera. Colin Powell a jerk, flipping off the worker at Ford. This, we could be counterintuitive about this, is why half the country loves his style, right?
Yeah, that moment, so fascinating. So we saw it pop up on TMZ, and Sean McCreish of the New York Times wrote about it so wonderfully after it happened, saying he uttered a four-letter word, and that word wasn't Ford. You can clearly see the president saying that as he lifts that middle finger at the employee who shouted out to him. I presume he's an employee, the person who shouted out at him as he toured that factory. Such a fascinating dynamic, because the president did seem so at ease in that facility. He said that he loves an assembly line. He clearly did love being there and meeting with a lot of these workers. The Powell remarks are so fascinating. We heard him call him a jerk there. He said he was terrible. He said he was
Bro,
lousy.
I did not see that. Yeah, I would like to see that clip.
This in the way that we've looked at this news story since news of those subpoenas broke over the course of the weekend, and you had the president telling NBC
Oh shit,
News
are
on
they
Sunday
starting
night,
the Greenland talks?
knew nothing
Almost.
about it. This was
a lot of people are waiting for that, man. I think there's a lot of, honestly,
does double
as
down
if it feels
on his
boring right now,
criticisms of
don't let a lot of them already moved, but I think those Greenland mineral plays could be a sell to news because some of them are up a lot, but we've talked about it a lot today. Those are, like, I think there's a lot of hype building around that.
Welcher, there are very few things that the president does that
Trump
Republicans are willing to criticize. The sanctity of the independence
Is that what
of
you
the
call
Federal
it?
Reserve
Flip
is
the
one where we
bird?
have seen Republicans speak out, and this was a case in which that happened
on live now from
once
Fox
again.
News Worldwide for you as we continue to bring you some of the exclusive. President TMZ was able to...
Oh, I gotta get it off TMZ, bro. Oh, that's the Denmark one. I fucking hate TMZ. Oh wait, you can't see it. Oh wait, where is it? You? I don't see it. Oh, is that it? You just went. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ah! He didn't even do it that line. That was kind of like a little boop. Oh, that's funny as fuck. I saw the fuck you. He said, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, man. That's great. GPCR, it's another, damn, that's a big one. Weren't they a bio candidate? That's a cancer drug. Hi. All right, man. Sermal, USAR, again, all of these mineral plays, but then they just took a candle there, as we were saying. Yeah, they said PDF protector, and he said, F you. F you. That's for you. Well, yeah, I mean, Greenland, I don't know. I feel like if Donald Trump was like nicer about it in the beginning, but then again, like, you know, I think it's like very contentious if someone's like, I'll buy your country, you know, and they're like, what the fuck? But I mean, Greenland is very strategic. Again, Russia, China. But yeah, I don't think 700 billion is too much. But then again, we've bought countries for less back in the day. Was it Louisiana Purchase? Are you familiar? What else did we sell? Didn't we sell some land too? You didn't expect to like Trump this much? Oh no. Be careful, man. I didn't expect some people to fucking flip shit. I don't think it's been that bad of a first year, to be honest. But then again, I'm not like... There is some stuff that I'm just shocked at how he moved very fast, but I'm still shocked by how many delays he actually faced. That wasn't something I predicted. I couldn't have expected that every single action he would have taken, whether legitimate or even borderline, would have been met with some level of, like, I didn't even know we had that many judges, bro. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even realize how many judges had that ability. And then again, I still think there's like 60, 70 people that Trump has appointed that they have still not confirmed, which is crazy. Because I think that might be a record in terms of a president appointing people and then the Congress not allowing them to get a real legitimate appointment confirmation, which is kind of nuts. But I haven't been too bothered. We bought Puerto Rico. We bought Alaska. Virgin Islands, 25 mil. Damn, yeah, see, we got a couple of them. So I don't know. I just think it sounded so aggressive at first, and then he started, I'll buy it, I'll take Canada too. And I think some people just, they were already up in arms over Trump for a couple of different reasons. So then I think they started to get that. Can we put it on layaway? How about I put it on layaway? Do they still do layaway? Or why would you do layaway when you could do buy now, pay later? You fuckers. Yeah, back in my day, you had to put it on layaway. You would lay it away and then pay, and then you'd get it later. You'd pay every month and get it later. Now they give it to you and you pay later? It's stupid. The fuck? You don't know how great you have it. America, Cuba. What? Anthropic, OpenAI taking early steps to go public. Uber expanding with Waymo. Watch Tesla too. I already have Tesla up. Might keep that there. Uber. Bro, Uber was up a lot more. It's popping a little bit. See if it gets follow through. I mean, dude, even to start off this year, we haven't had too many 3% poppers. Tell me why. You've still never been in one? I mean, they're coming to San Diego. I think they're doing testing right now. They have them in LA now. But I still haven't been in one since the first time. But I'm sure once they get popping around San Diego, I'm down. As long as it stays cheap. But I don't know how I feel about them using a Zeekr. You guys know that? They're changing the Jaguars. And they're going to start building Waymo Zeekrs. And a Zeekr is a Chinese EV. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. So I don't know how that's going to play out. That's the part where we'll see. Who gets the money if you purchase a country? Bondholders? I don't know, actually. It's a very good question. Who does get the money? The citizens? I don't know how that works. Oh, Denmark. Duh. Yeah, Denmark is the ones who own it. But like, what if they bought Denmark? Who gets the money? But yeah, Denmark, and then again, I think the country, since pretty much Greenland is a state within Denmark. Do they call it a state? A territory? Fedexcari crypto basically useless for consumers. Yeah, and then get ready though, that crypto stuff this I think it's this week. They're gonna start voting on that. I'm not a big fan of the Clear Act, but we'll see. That was what we got excited about last year. Or when Trump got, all the crypto boys got really excited about that when they're like, he's gonna do something. He's gonna do something. Anthropic. What was that other one? CLSK. They all chilled out, man. Again, just watch them though. And then the mineral plays. Sermal keeps going. Sermal is so incredibly volatile, it's disgusting. But no philo before Greenland? I mean, the Greenland's not that important. I mean, again, there is, like I said, a lot of hype building up, but I won't go too crazy. But yeah, I got a short philo, actually. I have a crazy philo for you. I don't know if you guys could handle it. It's a good one. I won't go too deep, but I might go too deep. It's gonna, because I had one for the young guys yesterday. I have one for the deep thinkers today. I don't know if you're ready for it. So we'll see how it plays out with the Greenland situation. But remember, they were supposed to start that at 7:30 or 7 o'clock, 2.5 hours ago. Even then, I think they've been streaming outside of the Denmark embassy, the Danish embassy, for like an hour now, and we don't got anything. So it might be a sell the news, but again, all these plays related to that are really going crazy. Not just like Sermal has the Denmark connection, but like LAR and a couple of other plays related to critical minerals, even USAR, all that, they're starting to move as well. China AI race expands to space, Nikkei. That was the Fox News one. That was the Saidu. That one actually held up too, bro. There's big moves, and now you got silver on the low. That's what I'm saying. The index is doing the thing again where, big tech and the earnings, the bank earnings, big tech, the index looks one way, but there is a lot of 10-15% movers today, or at least a little bit of activity. But again, a lot of them, most of them, I was taking profits in the morning, and we grabbed a couple plays in the morning. One of them didn't work, but there were some decent ones. Oklo is part of the nuclear, yeah, but they're not as hot. I think uranium, I don't know where CCJ is. They're up a little bit. I think Oklo is the only one lagging, maybe. And then the data center electricity plays, the space plays, space data centers. I told you, get ready for when they start pumping that shit. I have started to hear it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Wait, they have Zeekers in Miami? Or are you talking about the normal Waymos? American Express running up and Capital One. So again, a lot of drama this week with all the credit card companies, but those are starting to move up. Do they have Zeekers in America already? Driving? Fed Kashgari says inflation is moving lower, but his year-end level is uncertain. He does not expect a renewed surge and clarifies current Fed balance sheet is not quantitative easing. Let's see your boy. I like listening to Kashgari. Oh, damn. You got Trump again at 11? Yeah, let's see a little.
First question that came in. Could you talk about the increase in borrowers seeking
Jeff Bezos,
lenders as
Middle
things
Eastern
get tighter?
brother.
Of course, we don't encourage that
Neil
as
Kashgari,
bankers,
ladies
but
and gentlemen. He also works at the
they
Fed.
are out there.
Yeah, they are out there. Individuals, certainly some of the fintech-related activities that we see. Then at the larger company level, things like private credit, et cetera. I think that these are things to pay close attention to. Many tech companies are offering products that look a lot like banking products to me. And so if it's a banking product, it should be regulated like a banking product. And if we don't need the regulations, then we don't need the regulations for the banks that are offering those products too. So to me, I think from a financial stability perspective, it's important to watch these and make sure that like products are facing like regulation. And it's not simply somebody arbitraging the regulatory environment. So, I mean, I take the point that's being raised, and I think it's absolutely worth watching, both from a consumer protection angle, but also from a banking and financial stability angle.
Right. And I will also comment, we do now have the link to your virtual meeting with Xcel Energy exec. And so we'll share that out with the audience here afterward. So if they are interested in watching it, they can see that conversation again separately back on data centers. Last question and point for the day also coincides with what I had pre-scripted as my last question for you. But a banker is also asking a related question. The Fed Chair Jerome Powell's term certainly does end in May. Likely anticipate that will mean, the dynamic of the Fed and the FOMC changing with a new Fed chair. The banker's question that came in says, do you expect to see any shifts in the market's responses to the Fed being able to continue and operate independently? That's certainly a topic in political circles right now. But I don't know if you want to tie my two questions together or answer them separately.
Well, I think we all believe very strongly that the U.S. economy is best served by having an independent Federal Reserve making monetary policy decisions based on data and analysis and nothing else. And we're not perfect at it. I've stressed today that the signals that we're getting are mixed and they're complicated, and we're doing our best to make the best judgments we can, but keeping politics out of it. And we're all committed to that. Ultimately, we'll have a new chair of the Fed, of the Board of Governors, and of the FOMC. And that person, whoever he or she is, will have to make their best arguments to the rest of the committee on what monetary policy is appropriate to achieve the dual mandate that we are all charged by Congress to try to achieve. That person gets one vote, and the best argument wins. And so I feel confident that the committee will continue to make the best decisions we can based on data and analysis to achieve the dual mandate.
We got a headline on
Congress
Trump nearing Taiwan trade deal.
Try to achieve.
Remember, we heard they were coming in.
Well, and good luck with that this year as you are back on the FOMC again this year. And again, thank you so much for your time today. We're truly honored to have you here and grateful for your leadership of the 9th District and your representation of the upper Midwest, the greatest part of the country, on the FOMC as well with your counterparts. So thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it, Neil.
Thank you for having me, Rose. Really appreciate it as well. Good to see everybody.
Yeah. All right.
I think that was it. All right. Mr. Bezos, I meant Kashgari. They look exactly the same. Damn, Sermal again. Capital One. The credit card companies moved, but they chilled out. I think Sermal's, dude, I don't even know, man. This thing wasn't it just down like 10% off that and then came back up? So it's very volatile, but they're the ones related. Again, this is a play from last year. Yeah, it's tied into every single one of those. Where's silver? That started coming down. SPY started to come up. I mean, literally, you haven't moved since that first little new low earlier. Fed GDP estimate raised to 5.3 from 5.1. That could be kind of why you're moving up here a little bit. I remember, a year or two ago, market was a little bit more active on those estimates. But again, that does tie in a little bit to the whole run it hot theme. So again, people are expecting GDP at 5.3 is pretty massive. And then again, you also have inflation and expectations, so keep all of that in mind. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this is being driven by the macro. Sina? Is that a biotech? Synaptics? LAR? I don't know. Is Intel? Someone said that earlier. I don't know if they're reacting to the minerals and all that. Maybe, but usually too, last time there was that Taiwan stuff, Intel sold off a little bit. So watch out for that. And then again, you got, whenever that thing starts, we'll hear from it. And then you got Trump at 11 with the White House. So we'll be good. And then I'll set up the Philo, because then if we could bust out the Philo should be quick. I don't have too long of a Philo for you guys. DFJ has closed investigation of Swede Bank. Tell me why. I'm not using a Bloomberg terminal. I used to have one, and then they banned me. The head of memberships at Bloomberg, his name's Kevin. He's a little dickhead. He does not like me. You know that? But then again, Michael Burry blocked me on the Bloomberg terminal. I think he misread my support for him because everybody would troll him. Kevin! But yeah, Kevin did not like me. So I'm banned from a terminal. They won't even let me sign up for a new one if I wanted to. So I built my own. Not my own terminal, but my own newswire. It's a little different. I don't need all that shit on the terminal. But, you know, they've gone downhill. It got really liberal on there. And nothing wrong with liberalism. I mean, unless you, like, mutilate a child, but that's another topic. But it's more so the way they, like, the chat rooms used to be really goated. But then, like, it's all college kids, bro. It's college kids who were fucking 15 years old when COVID started. So, yeah, man. Did he want to physically fight me? No, nobody threatened violence on me. No, but I'd be down. But, like, you know, if he was like, box for your membership, I'd throw some hands. Like a friendly competition, like, you know, with rules and points and rounds, I'd be down to spar. But no, no one threatened to beat my ass. So that's good. Abavax? Are you I remember the French government said nothing, but there's a lot of grumblings in the... damn, that thing's still up 5, though, today. There's a lot of grumblings in the biotech world that the fireworks, the main event of the JP Morgan conference, people are hoping and expecting that there will be a buyout to end it all. Abavaxis. All right, Spy taking a little dump. The space industry, which stocks do you like? I hate all of them. I'm gambling on them. I've been very straight up with you guys on that. And literally, if you could ask anybody who's been here long enough, eventually I'll be right when it comes to dog shit. But, like, usually if I hate it, it'll run. So I started noticing that. So I'm down to gamble on them because usually I'm early at the trends. Like, go look at the trading fraternity. You could go see when we were calling out the quantum bubble. I was calling that out for months ahead of last year, even before they went crazy with it. And, you know, I got to make a little bit of money, but then one after the next, I started to pick up on my own hatred. And usually when I think something is, like, fundamentally dog shit, if it is, it usually will run. And then it'll crash and burn, but sometimes you can make some money on that in between. So I think all of the space stocks are absolute dog shit. But I did tell every single one of you, you know, free 99. I want you all aware of the info that people are pumping it. They're pumping the space, whether it was space stocks and data centers or like rocket ships and satellites. So all of the Lunars, Rocket Lab, all that shit. Even today, we had the one with the Fox News shit. Fox News was pumping Saidu. So I think you got to be very careful with it. I would not put any of these in your long term. You don't have to listen to me. Some people will not listen to me, and if you do treat it like a long term, I just encourage you to follow the principles, because even if you put something that may be highly speculative or quote unquote dog shit today, if it runs for you and you hold it for minimum 10 years, that's going to make sure you actually get rewarded for taking such a massive risk. But other than that, I gamble on them. I think they're all pure gambles. You could fucking throw a dart at any of them, and it's all going to boil down to hype, momentum, and press. So that's my take on it. I hope you guys could respect it, because some people take it hella personally. And just keep in mind, some of them already ran up a shit ton. But when it's all said and done, I am still very skeptical. I'm not feeling too crazy about them, more or less. Space is the future. LPTH. Oh, is that LightPath? Is that a biotech? And then VKTX, bro, that's part of that room. That's another 10%. Yeah, LightPath. Oh, 5%, Chad. You may get one of your little movers here. Oh, there's some. All right, I took that one. I've been leaving you guys you know that? I've been leaving you. That one actually moved fucking 5, dude. I've been leaving you some of these though. So I'm gonna get my 100%. Call it a day. I have no idea what it is. Oh shit, those ran for a little bit. We'll see. But what is it? I have no idea what I think it's a biotech. The ticker screams biotech, but you never know, homie. Might need some long term, homie. Electronic components. No, I'm not even fucking. Oh, glass. Oh, no fucking way. So yeah, that could be. Remember, the only thing running that shit is the yeah, those faded though. They're not hitting yet. I put in an offer though. I'm trying to get my 100. But yeah, that one again. They were saying that Apple shit earlier. Thanks for the input, of course. It's on watch though. Again, I told everybody in the beginning of this year, like space, it's bubbling. You know, there's people talking about it, coming up with all sorts of fucking theories. And like I'm saying, it's a lot of dog shit, but there's a lot of people trying to pivot towards it and capture that money. There's going to be people chasing it. It's not fully there yet, but it all really boils down to the SpaceX IPO. So like I'm saying, it's momentum, it's speculative. Do what you want with that info, but like I'm saying, just I would not fall in love. Have fun, Habibi. Don't marry. But then again, I've said that a couple of times, and they'll have a nice year, and then they'll die. What position size? Any size, really. At this point, because, you know, we've been building, you know, we were stuck with a balance every month. We're building it little by little, but it's whatever we could afford, you know, and that's why, like, depending on the environment, the deals that are available, I'll either have more cash or not. But, like, as of late, I've been running really low cash balances. So that's why, like, I like to stack up plays and build them up, because then I only get a deposit every month. So we'll try to be there, but I don't think we've ever, even when we had like the big portfolio, I don't think anything makes up more than like 10-20% of our portfolio. Actually, I think Intel is now more than 10% of the portfolio, just because we stacked up on it, made it our biggest position, and then it doubled. So it's now, that makes up, I think, 15% of the portfolio. I'd have to check. Tell me, those plays went up. They went up 50 or 75%, but they won't fill 100. Does it say the amount? I don't think it says it on here. Like, here's the portfolio. Again, on the rebuild account, it's a little bit more lopsided. So on the rebuild, Intel's literally 30% of our account, and then TAP is 28%. That's just because these are the new plays, and I'm trying to stack around them. But the one that has been untouched and building around there, it's, you know, 4,000 on 35,000. What is that? This isn't counting the cash either. 34,830. Divided by 4305. Oh shit. Oh fuck. 30. 12%. Oh, not bad. So yeah, our biggest position is 12%. So still, again, usually 20% is a good indicator of you're getting too much of anything. But that one, you know, we didn't put 20% of our account in there. It just got to grow to that point. All right, Chad. I think they're going to start soon, but still got a couple events. White House and the diplomats from Denmark and Greenland. They said it is now ended, so we're not even going to hear them come out. Boo. And then spies going down, SQ queues going up. A little bit of volatility. Bonds are untouched, looking good. Maybe wait if the bonds do make a move. Might get a little crazy. Russell went back to red, and NASDAQ's down 1.6. But again, I mean, you can pull up 10 different names that are going up 10, 15%. They're much smaller caps, so you are getting distortion from the bigger names. I see that Verizon shit too. Down detector. If your shares balloon to 45% of total account, would rebalancing make sense? No. That's what it's good for you. You know what I'm saying? But what you should do is now don't ever touch it and let it balance out over time. Grow into it. You know what I'm saying? That's like let me put it this way. Do you have kids? If you went and bought shoes for your kids, but they were like 1.5 sizes too big, would you sell them? And then if assuming there was some potential penalty if you did, you would just keep them and let it grow into it, right? If you really plan to stick with the long term, you're going to stick for 10 years, you're going to keep depositing, and there's other names, I would just build around it and grow into it. Because eventually you keep building up that portfolio, you get other names going up, that 45 is going to turn into 35. Then that 35 is going to turn into 25. And then now if you have a certain exposure and it's strong exposure to get to that point, you could let that thing work and ride for you. Only way you could rebalance is if you're buying a crib. Well, not like a crib, given the baby example, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Ain't nothing but a long tray. Oh! All right, I got my 100% on LPTH. That one hit. Again, it moved 8%. It was very few and far between we've got some of these this year. And Philip Morris and Staples, those have been going all day. But yeah, guys, we got to go to Philo. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're having a great day. We got a couple of events still. We're still going to hear from the president, I assume. Then again, they're saying that one Denmark meeting ended, but we haven't really got a readout or anything of that nature. But in the meantime, let us begin with our Philo. Let's have a good time. And it's free for all of you to join. I hope there's no confusion against that. Literally, you could watch the Philo, you could watch the recap. I just separate the video so that it's easier to organize for the people who want to watch it afterwards. The chat has been open all year. So, my friends, it's up to you. I won't tolerate your bullshit, especially there, too, because, I'm going to be real with you, man. Complaining about it is just, that's some, old people shit. I realized it yesterday, you know that? I don't know if you picked up on it, man. I realized, I was like, some of y'all are way too young to be complaining about my views on life and spirituality. Yeah, I mean that out of love and respect, because I'm like, you have not lived enough life and disappointment yet to be pissed off by that type of shit. You get it? You see what I'm saying? The old guys, it kind of makes sense. I get it. They were getting fucking beat in school at Catholic schools and shit. I understand, but some of y'all just got to vibe with it. If you don't vibe, that's fine. But I do hope that, you pick up on some information, or you're free to go anywhere else, man. I really don't take it that personally, but I do think you're a baby back bitch if you actually put yourself in that situation to cry about it, and especially, I'm saying y'all too young. There's no way you getting mad about that nowadays. If you young and you still in your 20s, you should have the ability to brush it off and do your thing. But I got a cool one today. I think you might like it. Yesterday I had one this one's, like I said, for the deep thinkers. So it should take you there when I'm done, I think. So I'm going to switch the videos up. Hold on, let me make sure. Redirect. All right, we good. So yeah, it should take you there. I'll post the link in the chat. You shouldn't miss too much. I mean, we just got a nice little 100%er. You got some play ideas in the morning, but the long term, don't get me started. So that's the link to it. I'll see you there, baby. God bless you all. If I don't, have a great day. And then, yeah, just go click to that video. We'll be live there in a minute or two. Peace.